Good afternoon. I would like to call the study session meeting of November 8th, 2023 to order. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Ross. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale.
Here.
Mayor Lamb.
Here. Are there any changes to the agenda?
I have no changes.
Great, thank you. City Clerk, will you please read the statement of participation? Oh, we have a closed session item. There you go. We will now, Al, did you want to make a statement before we go to closed session?
If I can unmute. Yes, Madam Mayor. There is one item on the closed session agenda tonight. It is conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property location, the negotiating parties, and the property owner are listed on the agenda.
Great, thank you very much. And we'll now dismiss to closed session. Thank you. facing. Hey, how are you, Andrew? Hey, how are you? Good. I look over and there's one other person in the room, and you and Stone are sitting next to each other over on the. It's like, spread out, buddy. You got room. It's true. We do like it. Most of the time. That's the happy family part. Most of the time. Do you like cheese? Yeah, I love cheese. Lots is at Costco. No. Oh, some of the best cheese I've ever had. And they don't actually sell it there. It was like a rotating vendor.
I'll put that on salad.
I almost forgot to put it in my mouth. How's the remodel coming? Mark, how's the remodel coming?
Good, yeah.
You have an open date?
I just had, their equipment was so old and now they're 7 foot full boxes.
You are the gypsy of used stuff. I'm sure you want to
Now
try
they
it.
won't allow used, they purchased the new equipment,
Oh, they did?
but it won't ship till the 20th of this month.
You have brand new stuff? Brand new stuff. That's pretty nice. Sugar-free Jolly Rancher if you want one. Sugar-free Jolly Rancher? Sure. And I'm promising you, you won't know the difference between that sugar-free and that normal sugar. Can't even. Wow. One of the best sugar-free things I've ever had. As good as. How would you tell?
You can't tell. You know what I think? So, again, size, soda, and whatever drink.
And City Attorney, do we have an item to report out of closed session?
There's nothing to report, Madam Mayor.
Great, thank you very much. And City Clerk, will you please read the statement of participation?
Public comment is the opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are within the City Council's jurisdiction but not on the agenda. Because of restrictions contained in California law, the City Council may not discuss or act on any item not on the agenda, but may briefly respond to statements made or ask a question for clarification. The mayor may also request a brief response from staff to questions raised during public comment or request that a matter be agendized for a future meeting. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. If you're a member of the public and you wish to address the City Council, please complete a request to speak form available at the entrance and submit it to the City Clerk. You will be called upon at the appropriate time. If you have materials or other items to present to the members of the City Council, please do not approach them. All materials shall be presented to the City Clerk for distribution. I do not have any request to speak forms for this portion of the agenda. I believe who's in here, one wants to speak on a future item, and the rest is staff.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We'll begin our study session items. Presentation first, the Perez Arts District Art Walk.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We're happy to have with us this afternoon Ann Bedrick from the Perez Art District, who's going to take a few minutes to tell you a little bit about what they're doing and their art walks and things like that. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ann Bedrick, and I'm here again to speak to you about the Perez Art District and to ask for your support. But first, I have a little movie to show you, and then I'll say all my words.
No stuff.
Is it all right to just start talking as it continues playing? Okay. So, as I said, I'm Ann Bedrick, and I'm here to speak to you about the Perez Art District, which you've been seeing images from. Cathedral City really has a gem of a resource in us that has potential to grow and reach tourists and visitors from across the valley, the state, and well beyond. If you are an art enthusiast seeking a diverse and eclectic experience, the Perez Art District is the place to go. Edgy creativity and innovation define this vibrant district, which showcases many talented artists from around the country and from very diverse backgrounds. They have selected the desert as a place to make and sell art and to make a mark on the art scene at large. We hope to draw local and international collectors. Up until this year, the Perez Art District had been only in buildings H&I, and what started as a small cluster of art galleries and art studios has grown into a true district. We now house approximately 35 artists in the H&I buildings, and our district has expanded to include an additional 9 in the A and C buildings. Additionally, the design and home stores in the 68929 building have joined us as part of our district, and some of them now also join our art walk. We offer a variety of types of art and a unique experience to visitors. Not only can they buy art directly, but they can see working artist studios in action. We are open to the public Thursdays to Saturdays from 11 to 3, and many of our studios are open more days and more hours. Additionally, we host a monthly art walk on fourth Fridays at 4, running from 4 to 7. The next one is scheduled for November 24th, and then we have continuing ones the rest of the season. Last time, one of you mentioned that you thought we should be open more hours, and we would love to be, but without more visitors and more sales, many of our artists need to have other jobs to pay the rent. Cathedral City tagline is where art lives, and the Perez Art District is where art lives within Cathedral City. Please help us make it even better by spreading the word, visiting, and supporting our artists, as well as putting your resources towards the district. I want to thank Ryan for all he has done to help us thus far, and I would like to ask for even more. I would like to encourage you to make Perez even more of a centerpiece for the city. More public signage on the streets to help people driving by find the Perez Art District, perhaps even a big archway across the road declaring it as a district. Fund signage on the end caps of the buildings facing the City Hall and Park to draw more interest. Put Perez onto the airport billboard poster. Help us make the art walk even more of an event by getting a trolley that could go up and down the alleys and take people to overflow parking areas. Add lighting to the bridge and back alley to encourage people to go downtown for dinner after our art walk. We have local artists available for hire to make a cool art installation on the bridge to get people to want to walk across it. Make an informative brochure about the district for hotels all across the valley. Let's get visitors to visit Cathedral City's Art District and then have a meal at a local restaurant. Make a movie about us. Perhaps Mary Pickford could show a short movie to build awareness before its feature films or during film festivals. How about even just an artist display in your city hall lobby and throughout other municipal locations? I'm not asking you to support one type of small business over another, but rather to see it as an opportunity to get Cathedral City on the map and in the minds of locals and tourists alike. Supporting the arts is not unprecedented in the Valley. Rancho Mirage has just put on a heavily promoted art festival on their dime, even giving artists free lunch. Palm Springs Life just wrote an article about how Palm Desert is committed to buying local sculptures. Palm Springs has modernism. Cathedral City has the Perez Art District. I know we're cash-strapped after Hillary, but if Cathedral City is really where art lives, what can we do to help the world see that commitment? Let's work together to make having the largest art district in this valley work in your favor. People around the world know about events like Modernism Week and Coachella Music Festival. We're not at that scale, certainly, but we are a presence that could bring revenue to the city and other local businesses. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to open it up for a question to council, if you have any comments?
Maybe.
Okay.
So it's so young in my brain, I need to think about it a little bit. But I'd love to sit down here and just think about, what are some of these things that you want cost, and how would that money come about? And, you have to start somewhere, right? And so kind of figuring that out, and maybe we can have lunch.
Okay,
I'll
I'd love
reach out.
that.
I'll reach out, but I have to know where to reach out to.
Okay,
Okay.
Great.
You have hi Ann, thank you for that presentation.
Thank you.
Do you have a group where maybe when we have our festivities here, you set up a booth to let people know? 'Cause we get like Spooktacular, we have thousands of people here, and we got events here. We got the Balloon Festival coming. That might be a good time to market your wares and bring attention. I'm sure Ryan would be able to help you with a tent and set up and send out some flyers. So I mean, yeah, the city would love to promote any business, especially the art, which is a big part of Cathedral City. So talk to Ryan on that and see how that goes. All righty. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other public comments about?
I don't have any request to speak forms for this item.
Okay. And it's a beautiful venue. You've done a remarkable job. Remarkable. Thank you. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Those wild women aren't all that wild.
Yeah, I mean, I would really encourage you to take advantage of us because we're
Right,
there and
right.
we're growing and getting more and more notice. We actually are going to be on the Modernism Tour this year as well.
Oh, nice.
So we're doing all this stuff to help ourselves, of course, but also to help Cathedral City. And
Right.
I just feel like it's, you need to help meet us to grow it even bigger.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just add to the council member's point, I'll provide Ann's contact information, make sure it's available to all of you as a council.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you much. That was a presentation only for discussion and direction, no formal actions required. Study session item B, Sarah Street Area Assessment District Formation Process, Phase 1, Outreach Update, and Phase 2, Introduction. And I will be recusing myself.
Yes,
from-
I will also, Mayor, be recusing myself. I have financial interest through a family trust in some property in the area.
Right, I have financial interest also.
I don't have any money there.
Okay, well then, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, I'm happy to introduce Andrew Lee from our engineering department, who of course who will be presenting the update information for you on this item.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I will be presenting the Phase 1 Outreach Update and the Phase 2A Introduction for the Sarah Street Assessment District Formation Process Project. To start off with some background, in 2019, 2 of the property owners conducted a grassroots survey in the Agua Caliente Trail area. And the results of the survey were 65% of the property owners were in support of a potential assessment district project. In January of this year, City Council approved an agreement with Woodard and Curran to provide the initial phase 1 for this project. And so Woodard and Curran has completed the phase 1 outreach update and to date has completed the virtual kickoff meeting, gathering all the names and contact information of the property owners, mailing the informational survey letters, and assisting city staff and 2 property owners with the follow-up outreach. And they've provided a final report of the responses received. And so before I introduce the consultant, I just want to note the Phase 2A introduction will follow after the consultant presentation. And so without further ado, I'd like to welcome from Woodard and Curran, the project representative, Eliza Jane Whitman.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So an overview of the presentation in the few slides that I'll be presenting is just our process and then the results. So the flow chart of the activities in phase 1, we're really walking through, and the future slides are going to present this in terms of like all the steps that we went through. But this graphic is really to show that there's a phase 1 and then a phase 2A and a 2B, which are lots of steps that Andrew will be presenting further. But really the goal of phase 1 was to determine if there was interest by the local property owners. So what Woodard and Curran did is we gathered the information from the property owners in the 3 main areas of interest and coordinated with them and city staff to confirm the total number of properties and making sure that we had the correct amount or the correct information for contact for mailings. And then we actually sent out information about the potential assessment district and what that meant and what it implied and what potential benefits there would be. So we gathered those survey results and prepared a summary letter with recommendations and an outline of the next steps. The good news is that the majority of the property owners are interested in forming an assessment district. So what we did is we sent out letters to all the property owners. There's an example here of the type of letter that we sent out. There's 3 areas, the Agua Caliente Trail, Sarah Street, and Bochner family property. And with this letter, we also sent out a response sheet and a prepaid envelope and to really encourage people to respond back. The results of that were 60% said yes. That was just right off the bat. We also found that 13% we weren't able to reach or we didn't have any contact with. 17% we did have contact with, but they were on the fence. They didn't want to say yes or no, so there was really, the response was, well, let me think about it kind of thing. And then 7% we left a voicemail with no response, and then about 3% there was no or indifferent. Now, this pie chart's going to change, and Andrew's going to illustrate what additional outreach entailed, but this was just our first initial, which already over 60% said yes. So the outreach results indicated that of the ones that said yes, 95% were just like, yes, please move forward immediately kind of thing. And as I mentioned, 60% are definitely interested. The 2 tables here just kind of have a breakdown of, how the numbers associated with the different, like 68% represents 58 people. So that concludes my presentation.
Council, any questions?
Absolutely.
We
Yes.
had a good report in our packet on it.
What's that?
We had a good report in our packet, thanks to Mr. Lee.
Just one quick question, Andrew. Would there be another contact session, or that's just one and done?
No, if the city would proceed with Phase 2A, we would complete a design and get initial costs, preliminary costs. With that preliminary cost, we would do another outreach letter to see if there's still support after the costs,
Okay,
rough
so
costs are
so that's
determined.
where she mentioned the graph is going to change because somebody might just say, hey, I don't want to pay X
So
amount.
the graph that Eliza Jane was referring to, you'll see it here in a couple of slides.
Okay.
There was a additional follow-up outreach that was done. And so from the initial outreach that Woodard and Curran conducted, there were 36 properties that we were not able to get a response from. So city staff and with the help of the 2 major property owners, we did additional follow-up through phone calls, trying to go out there on site, emails, and we're able to get additional responses.
Okay, and those are all documented?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right. And so, as I discussed, additional follow-up was conducted by city staff and 2 major property owners. Out of the 36 non-responses that we had, we were able to get yes responses from 18. And so the updated results from the Phase 1 outreach shown on this slide, as you can see, the yes was at 60% from the initial. After the additional follow-up, went up to just under 80%.
That's great.
So with that in mind, city staff solicited informal proposals from specialty consulting companies, and that's if the city were to move forward into Phase 2A. So Wildan Engineering from industry had the lowest proposal. And once again, if the city were to move forward into Phase 2A, a budget amendment would be required in the amount just shy of $57,000. And with that, this item is for discussion, information, and comment only, and I'll hand it back to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Council, any questions?
Interested in your timeline.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ask a question?
What's your
Yes.
timeline?
Timeline, so if the city council would like to move forward to Phase 2A, we would bring this back to council for approval. And once that's approved, then we can get the process of having the kickoff meeting with the consultants and then beginning the design.
So you're not going to spend any more time with the residents?
So if the city wanted to move forward to Phase 2A, there would also be additional community meetings.
Perfect, thank you, that's what I wanted to hear. Sorry, Ernesto. It's all you know.
Thank you, Andrew, for the presentation. Now, my question is, the total of $53,000 and change, that money, in case the assessment was formed, will the city get reimbursed that money?
So that would be an option that would be explored during the design phase, is that the cost that the city is paying for design and the outreach work would be included in the assessment.
That will be included. So there will be, so if the formation does take place, the city will get reimbursed for those monies spent.
I would have to look into the process of putting that in. But,
The answer to
yes.
that would be yes, if we
Yes.
included it in the assessment district. And that all, in the formation process, will iron out what exactly goes in and what doesn't.
Great. Now, during the design process, and that's also going to include the bidding process, how much it will cost to actually complete the assessment of all the improvements. Is that right?
The preliminary cost, yes, for for construction.
Now, when do we actually, because that will be Desert Water District or agency.
Yes.
Now, when will the city or the Desert Water Agency, when will we apply or they will apply for grants, if possible grants are available,
So
to
during
calculate all the amounts?
During the initial phase, the Phase 1 that was completed, city staff did look into grants. And so far, the only grants that we found were for residential specific areas. We're still looking into additional grants for business opportunity zones, which is this area.
Well, thank you.
City Clerk, anyone want to speak? Open comment?
I do have a request to speak form from Frank Barena.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm one of the property owners in that abandoned tract that's been sitting there for many, many years.
Frank, move that microphone a little closer. Yeah, there you go.
Hear you.
We can hear you better.
I'm one of the property owners in that area, and I fully support moving forward along with the assessment district at this time. If I can go back 4 years ago, roughly, we did a survey, and it was in regards to the zoning at that time. And we did get that through. City Council approved the change of zoning 2.5 years ago, roughly, from residential to commercial business park zoning. So in my mind, that's phase 1. So phase 2 is the assessment district. So I fully support that. I'd like to see you keep moving forward because this is a new direction for the area. And it's the last fee simple piece of land that's over on the north side of Ramon. Everything south of Ramon, Walmart, Lowe's and so on, that's all land lease property. So this is a unique area, and hopefully we can get this through. And I know it takes time, but we just got to keep moving forward. And so far, the property owners, out of frustration and paying property taxes for 30, 40 years, some of them, they've thrown their hands up. They said, let's give it a shot. What do we got to lose? Everything has been built up around us, and we've been passed by. So that's why some of them have been just 100% behind it, and they like to see something happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Clerk, anyone else?
I don't have any other request to speak forms.
Council, I'm for moving forward on this. Charlie?
Yes, I am too. I think it's about time we do it. And without the city's assistance in getting this going, it will never happen, and it will sit there for another 60 years, just like it has.
Okay.
So I'm for it as well.
Charlie, you got your...
Yes, now we'll have to deal with the budget implications of that because the funding for the Phase 2 is one of the items that we were recommending to defer in the budget item that is before you at the meeting tonight. So, if you feel differently about that, that just needs to be made known at that time.
Okay, go over that again with me.
Well, the funding to move on to Phase 2, we had $40,000, I think it was, in the original budget, and that's on the list of items to defer in response to the costs of the tropical storm that you'll be hearing tonight at the meeting at 5:30. So you'll just need to keep that in mind when you have that discussion.
Okay, so if this council chooses to move forward in studies, in regular session, we're going to have to change that.
You're going to need to make that known, yes.
Okay, I think when the time comes, if we could bring that up.
Yep.
Now would the mayor and Councilmember Gregory have to leave at that?
I think this is a much broader budget discussion. I'll let Al make the call on that, but that budget discussion covers much more than just this particular item.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you. We'll do it, we'll then move forward. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want me to get him, or?
I'll go ahead.
Gosh, it's gone the wrong way. Sold the phone. That's just pepperoni.
We're now on study session, item C. How is Placer AI consumer trend data being used? We have a staff report, City Manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Stone James, our Economic Development Director, will present this item. As you went through the budget process this year, there was a request to include some funding for this type of data analysis that would help us in economic development. And at that time, you asked for some follow-up later on about, how we were actually going to be using this and applying it. So Stone now has some experience with some cases where we use this, and so he's going to tell you a few stories about how he's used this data and again, speculating into the future on how it might be used beyond that. Stone?
Thank you very much, Shirley. I appreciate that. Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. And just that, I'm going to try to make these stories as interesting as possible. Really take a look at 3 cases. So mobile location data, just for the brief review, when we use our cell phones, whether we like it or not, it sends back data to the kind of the mothership, the companies. And so it tracks where we go. It tracks how long we stay at a certain location. And so what's interesting, what's so valuable about that is historically, consumer product companies, when they wanted to understand their customer, they would have to do surveys. They might do focus groups. And certainly that would be good feedback. But what they were hearing was feedback from the customer through the customer's eyes. What they believed their behavior was. Oh, I go to the gym 5 days a week and I work out for an hour and a half. Well, now the location data allows you to identify they've gone to the gym once a week and for 30 minutes, and then they go to Baskin & Robbins afterwards, right? And so but what they have been able to accomplish with this location data is really stunning. So all of this location data, it's scrubbed of individually identifying data, right? So it doesn't track to my home, and it does not have my address and my name. It just goes to generally my neighborhood, right? But what they've been able to do, some of these companies that specialize in this, they've been able to marry the location cell phone data along with demographic information. So I am of a certain ethnic background, I am a certain age, I have a certain number of kids. And so really it's quite powerful. In this case, in Placer, what they have been able to identify for this example number 1, was a grocery store chain. They're able to identify a variety of grocery store chains. One that we are currently pursuing is one of the grocery store chains they have data on. And what Placer has is they have the location data for the 50 plus stores. And then what Placer will do is they will take a look at the top performing stores. And so then I can run an analysis, and as you see here, I've run a couple of analyses on how these sites fit with the top 25% of O'Malley's performing stores. And so they come up with these neat little graphs and figures that we've seen here, right? And so 82 out of 100, obviously 100 would be a total perfect match.
So Stone, you're saying O'Malley's, you're not really looking at like an ethnic Irish serving grocery store. You made this up, right? This is
correct.
You changed the names to protect the innocent. Is that what you did?
Yes, I did. Thank you for calling it out. I mean, I certainly would love an Irish serving grocery store in the Valley, but yes, that is a fictitious name, and in fact, I just understand that some landowners that I had introduced them to have just gotten a non-disclosure agreement from, air quotes, O'Malley's. And so now the landowners now know, and I'm going to do my best not to spill the name. So I'm going to, if I'm trying to catch myself, that's what I'm trying to not do, is say the grocery store's name because they prefer to keep it confidential for whatever the reasons. But that is correct. O'Malley's is just a name to protect the innocent. And so some of the data that they're able to, and then the way that they display it is quite remarkable. And so, here, household income, so a site so I picked one site as an example. I didn't pick the site that O'Malley's got an NDA out on right now. I didn't include that because I didn't want to disclose that location. So I picked the site that I ran this report on that's currently, it's got a Stater Brothers on it, right? So it's the northwest corner of Landau and Vistacino. Mm-hmm. So that also is a fictitious site. Now, if Stater Brothers were for some reason to decide to close that store, which I have zero indication that they do that, then we would have location data on that site. So if we were to take a look at that northwest corner of Vistacino and Landau, here is how that location compares with the top 25% of O'Malley's, right? Marital status, education. So there might be another O'Malley's in the Valley, and so cannibalization is a big thing. For years, I have tried to get in and out and really wanted to try to get in and out into our downtown. And we tried a number of very creative approaches, and ultimately, given the fact that there is an in and out at just east of Bob Hope and 111, in and out would not go into our downtown because a location in our downtown would cannibalize part of the sales from the Rancho Mirage location. And so those two circles that come together, that's a good thing. We don't want a lot of overlap. So if there's any questions on that, I could move on to the next scenario. And by the way, it's not just a grocery store. I used this type of data to understand the resident mix within our city to assist a community bank that is currently working on a location along Date Palm Drive, we'll just say south of Ramon, because this is also a community bank that is ethnic serving, and they really wanted to be as close to their clientele as possible. And originally, they were putting a site in the far southwest corner of our city. And I explained, well, if this is your population, that is not an ideal location. There are substantially better places to go. And so it was by virtue of having that knowledge that I was able to communicate that, and then they were ultimately able to move to a place that I believe is going to be a lot more accessible to their customers. They're very specific customers.
And you're able to share these actual reports with them, right? As part, Placer doesn't say, oh, they're only for your use. You're actually
Correct.
able to
That is right.
share that with them. Okay.
So yes, and I thank you for making that point. And that is one of the things that there's a saying that I like. It's relevant in sales. Sometimes you have to sell the sizzle and not the steak. But this gives me an ability to print out a report and take to them and say, hey, take a look at this, right? And it may not be a complete 100%. There may be some facets of our city, just like any city, that's not an ideal match. But at least I have something, I have an excuse to reach out to them, I have something to put in front of them and to sell off of. Because if I just show up and I just say, hey, I've got a nice smile, a moderate smile, that's not gonna get me in the door. But if I have some facts and figures, hey, take a look at this, right?
It's for years, oh, I think
Yeah.
this restaurant would go well in
Yeah.
this area, or I think a bank would go here. That's nice,
Yeah.
but what I hear you're saying is you actually can now come with data and say.
That's correct.
It shows, and like you're saying, maybe even specific brands or styles of businesses
That's right.
would go there, okay.
And in fact, in a previous life, when I was in the real estate development side of things, I was with a site selector from Dunkin' Donuts. And that I had picked a number of sites throughout the entire valley. And it was interesting to watch the dynamic because the site selector sat in the front seat and he had his laptop up, and the whole time he was typing in locations and looking at data and then say, oh, take a look. Based on this data, based on the programs that Dunkin' Donuts have, I think we could be successful in this location or not this location. And so I was able to see it firsthand. This is because 20 years ago, it used to be kind of your thumbnail. It used to be Kentucky Windage, like, oh, I think this is going to be good. We're on the morning side of morning traffic. Not anymore. Right now, there's so much better data. So if we would like to move on to the next use case, and that is sales leakage, right? So what is sales tax leakage? So residents of any city, they buy things. They buy things that they absolutely need, like taxable things, like clothing or automobiles, maybe in most cases. There might be some discretionary purchases. Maybe they'd like to purchase alcohol, or maybe they like to purchase, other sorts of luxury goods. So the purchase of those items, of course, generates sales tax. A challenge becomes when a resident of, let's say, Cathedral City goes and spends money in Palm Springs gets the sales tax revenue. So in an ideal world, we would have as many of the as many of the retailers as our Cathedral City residents would like in our city, so that when they need to spend that inevitable money on, let's say, shoes, the city gets sales tax revenue. And so now, certainly, we cannot have a Lowe's in our city and a Home Depot and a shoe store because the market can only support so many. So the sales tax leakage report identifies, you can it produces a tremendous amount of raw data. In this case, I went through and I cut out a bunch of things so as not to confuse the conversation. But I took a look at the locations that had the greatest number of visits from Cathedral City residents. And I ranked it from the greatest number of visits all the way down to the least frequent. And so there was about 1,400, 1,430, 1,435, something like that. And it rated from 990,000 visits a year all the way down to, I believe it was 15 or 20. And so why is this valuable? Because this helps me identify where our residents are going and where they're spending money. And so we know Walmart, 715,000 visits from our residents occur each year going to Walmart or EOS Fitness. Now, this could also help us potentially identify, hey, do we have room for an EOS Fitness in our city? Or some other 24-hour fitness, or not 24, 24, or some other fitness providers. They may take a look at that and say, hey, there's a need. Maybe we could locate, and we've seen one recently in the last few years pop up across from Target, right, because there was a need. So that's what these sales tax leakage reports help identify, is where are our residents going to? So unless there's any questions, I can move on.
Yes, I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you look at the leakage on sales from residents to other destinations, now, how can you actually attract the same, you can say, stores and not overlap in Cathedral City? For instance, if we do a Lowe's in Cathedral City, their market will actually overlap.
Mm-hmm. So, very fair question. And so that's one of the, so there's a challenge and there's an opportunity there. So based on demand, because we don't have the population of the Los Angeles area, and even if you went into LA, Home Depots are spaced far apart, right? Because there's a draw. It's kind of like a regional mall versus a neighborhood mall. And so while we would likely not attract a Lowe's or a Home Depot, given the fact that just a few minutes down Ramon Road, maybe we could make the argument for a smaller hardware store, like a True Value or an Ace Hardware, right? And we had Ace Hardware until, unfortunately, the owner of Ace Hardware passed away. And so while I never say never, but while we're likely not going to attract a Lowe's, that at least shows us that there is a demand for hardware stores. And so then we could go to one of those Ace Hardwares and say, hey, take a look. We had 107,000 visits to Lowe's. Where's Home Depot on this? I could find Home Depot, and then I add that number to it. If there's another hardware store that our residents are going to, so that begins to paint a picture, a compelling picture to potentially other hardware stores, come here. Does that help?
Yes.
So
May I
Chick-fil-A.
ask a question? May I ask a question?
You betcha. Chick-fil-A, same thing. I doubt Chick-fil-A is going to put something in our city, but maybe there's another chicken store that would, another chicken serving restaurant. Yes, ma'am.
How do you make sense out of the fact that Home Depot always builds, or Lowe's always builds next to Home Depot? They always go with two SIMs. Now, it seems like right off the bat, they've reduced half of their customers by doing that, but yet over and over, that's how they build.
Yeah, so that's, one of the curious things about the clusters. And so, same thing could be said with different hotels. And, I know that based on some real estate analysis years ago, Burger King, they would just by default, so McDonald's, very sophisticated company. They had a lot of money, they spent a lot of money in doing their real estate arm. And in fact, you would ask them, what's your business? And according to a story from a previous MBA program, a person that I talked to, they said, oh, you're in the fast food business. He said, no, we're in the real estate business. That was from an executive from McDonald's. And so Burger King would just by default try to locate as close to McDonald's as possible because they know McDonald's spent so much time on doing site selection. And so I think that there's an efficiency. So if I go to Home Depot and they don't have the product, then Lowe's is just right down the street. If I go to Lowe's and vice versa.
And does this program give us indicators of how that might play out for our size of businesses? You know, if we have a shoe store, is it always good to have one within 4 or 5 blocks? Because if you're looking for shoes, you want to get, you know, an assortment to choose from.
You know, I would need to do some research
That was a
on.
poor example, by the way. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't
Well,
have any
but
shoe
still, I
stores.
mean, you take a look at hotels. Hotels generally like to cluster, right? Or maybe even restaurants, right? You've got restaurant row.
Right.
And so I've seen a recurring theme in trying to have those clusters. And so, but, you know, in terms of the shoes, I'd need to do a little research on what their
I
philosophy
didn't
is.
really mean shoes. It was just an example.
Just in general. But yeah, I have seen that desire to cluster. And so, does that help?
It does. I'd like to know how we identify the people that like to cluster.
I will do
I
some
know
research.
sheep do. We've got to find something in common.
Birds of the feather.
That's right.
So I can do some research and get back to you on that. Any other questions? Going once, going twice, moving on to the third case scenario. So this was kind of interesting, and that was that we have the ability to take a look at different shopping centers throughout the valley. And so I recently was asked a question about the shopping center that was at that was at Jackson and 42, or Jackson and Interstate 10 in Indio, and to kind of do a deep dive on what that shopping center is about. And so I did a side-by-side comparison between our Golden Mile shopping center and the Indio shopping center. And I found some interesting things about it. So this map that you see here is a heat map, and this shows where the customers are coming from that go to different shopping centers. So the one on the right, that's the Jackson Street. And so all of the red, that's where their customers that go to Jackson Street retail, that's where they're coming from. In the blue on the right, that's where people who have lived in those areas, occasionally they'll go there. If we take a look at the example on my left, your left also, so that's going to be Golden Mile. And so you see where our customers predominantly come from. So really Golden Mile is most frequented by residents from our city, maybe a little Thousand Palms, but not a lot else. So that was interesting in trying to understand who comes to Golden Mile. One of the things that I thought was interesting, however, and it helped me kind of take a different look at the data, was the comparison, was the similarities between the customers that go to our Golden Mile Center and our Jackson Street Retail Center. Because if you take a look at Jackson Street Retail Center, that is a great shopping center. It was the Target that closed down and now has BuzzBox and a Tractor Supply store and then another user.
I see. It wasn't a store.
And they've got 24-hour fitness, they've got a Home Depot, they've got, you know, that grocery store that I can't think of it.
Aldi.
Not grocery outlet.
Aldi?
Yeah, possibly, right, and Dunkin' Donuts. And so what was interesting about it was the similarities of the customers or within a reach of Golden Mile is pretty darn similar to the reach of Jackson Street Retail Center. So what that tells me, that gives me something positive to sell to potential vendors, that there's a similarity, and maybe what we as Golden Mile Center can do, if we have a different mix of vendors, maybe we can start getting more trips, daily trips. Because you see on the top, you see the red line and then the blue line. That's a substantial difference. And so there are a tremendous number more people that go to Jackson Street than us. So that's a negative. But the positive is the similarities between the customers.
Mm-hmm.
It's fairly similar.
So what is it, aesthetics?
I would say, well, aesthetics might be part of it. I would also say aesthetics probably, that's probably an issue, right? Because people typically shop up, they don't shop down. And so, so there's that aspect of it. But then also, I would take a look at the tenant mix. What is that tenant mix? And is there a way that we can attract the same tenants or highly similar tenants to give them a reason to come here? And so, like with the Habit, I would imagine that the Habit, that's going to be a great addition to the Golden Mile. the Dave's Hot Chicken, that's going to be a great addition to the Golden Mile. So is that going to start increasing the traffic now that we've got two great food outlets there? So that was the third use case of those different comparisons. And it's quite remarkable. Let's see if we can get to that one data, if I included that. Ethnicity, age. Here it is, that Hispanic Serving Bank. So I had reached out to Golden Corral before they opened up in their North Indio site. And one of the things they said was, Stone, give us some time to open up, and then we're going to take a look at the location data. This was several years ago. We're going to take a look at the location data, and we're going to find out where people came from 1 hour and a half before they come to dinner, and then where they go an hour and a half following. I thought that was shocking. Well, now I understand the vehicle that they can do that. And so that was just an example of how Golden Corral will take a look at to understand where their customers are coming from. Because, and I'm sure this is not the case, but if all of their customers came from Palm Springs to Cathedral City, guess what they'd probably be open to? They'd probably be open to putting one in our city. Now, if no customers came, that might be a different conversation. So this is just how these vendors use this type of data. We talked about this earlier with this Hispanic Serving Community Bank. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Do we have any questions from council?
Yeah, so since you've started or had this subscription, I guess you would say, do you have any kind of estimate about how many times you've been approached and able to use it to at least have discussions with potential businesses?
I would say I have used this, oh goodness, probably 5 times. Mm-hmm. And now that some other pretty sizable initiatives like the Development Impact Fee Study are done, and now I have the ability to start getting out and do more of the attraction, I can start using this more. And then also, candidly, this is pretty complex. So there was a learning curve to understand how you use this.
Sure.
And so I have gotten significantly more up to speed now than I was having never used it before.
And I know you haven't had it very long, but do you have any that are moving forward into development stage?
Because really, at the end of the day, to your point, that's the only thing that matters.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Does it open? And so, let's see, when did I find this out? I found this out, was it yesterday? I believe, maybe, yesterday, the day before, that O'Malley's, I'll try to catch myself.
Yeah,
O'Malley's.
don't tell us who, but I'm just wondering if
So they went from the initial discussions, right, because O'Malley's, I had attended their grand opening 3 years ago, and I thought it was amazing. I took Laura, my wife, there that evening because they've got because they've got this very unique, and ended up meeting one of the owners again, ended up having dinner with one of the owners. And they needed to open up a couple of other locations. They needed that recently opened one 3 years ago to stabilize, see what the performance was. And then probably 9 months ago, I met with the founding fathers of, air quotes, O'Malley's, actually right over here in Luchador. And so anyway, that has been that progression of that deal. And now, I want to say it was just either yesterday or the day before that I heard from the broker, no, actually, I'm sorry, it was the developer of this one parcel, that they now have an NDA signed and in place with O'Malley's. Now they know who O'Malley's is, and I had communicated to them, make it happen. So my hope now, that's one of the challenges of dealing with real estate, is that you can do all of the right things and try, and there's so many factors. It's the operator, it's the capital market, it's so many things. It could be performance of other stores. But, as anyone who runs a business, the sales funnel, you get enough things in the funnel, eventually at the bottom of the funnel, things will come out. So that's just what we have to do.
All right. Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. And Councilmember Ross.
Thank you so much. So you started your presentation by doing this kind of overview of people know where you've been and how long you've been there and they can contact you. So let's flip this a little bit. What kind of a service do you need to be able to let everybody know coming down I-10 that it's the Balloon Festival? You know, hey, turn at the next exit, the Cathedral City is having a balloon festival.
Sure.
Is that the same kind of AI, or is that a whole different realm?
Yeah, so that would be same type of technology, different platform. And so that could be social media marketing, let's say over Facebook, where you geofence an area. And so I was just having conversations with a gentleman who he ran a company, and they produced a certain product. And when their competitors, you'll love this, when their competitors held a conference to talk about how great their competitor's product was, what he would geofence where that conference was, and then he would do Facebook advertising or whatever social media advertising for people who went to within that conference area.
So
he could
what you're
target
saying is
market.
kind of different, though, than what I was thinking. So you're still talking about having something that people have to go find. They have to go find Facebook. They have to be interested in where you're platforming. I'm talking about something that reaches out to strangers and says, hey, this is happening right where you're driving down the street. You should turn now.
So those people that were going to his competitor's conference, they would get advertisements on their phone.
From Facebook?
For his product.
From Facebook?
Yes, yeah, yes, whatever media was
Okay.
it. But when
Yeah,
they would use
cool.
their device, and their device has that geolocation, and he has paid for advertising, when a person steps into this given region, they would get advertisements for his products, and he was able to target that.
Yeah, I think that's super state of the art.
It is
yeah.
quite remarkable.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah. Okay, very good. Anything else?
Thank you. Thank you, Stone. Of course, knowledge is power. Did you get any special training when we purchased this membership from the company itself?
Yes, and the customer service representatives, it was obviously all self-initiated, and so I would have the conversations, and so I initiated it, and then they spent the time to walk me through the training of it. And so I have an expertise in my area, they have an expertise in the program, and so I come up with scenarios that I think this could be valuable, and then I ask them questions. And then they, with their knowledge of the platform, then they respond to me. And so I'm not aware of any professionals in their organization that have done my job, because and then what they do is tough. They have to do this full time, and it probably takes them 2 years to get up to speed on how to use the platform. And so it's a challenge, but they do have tutorials, and then it's just about carving out that time to view those tutorials to understand how you can. One of the things that I would like to do, one of the things that I did was the dog park, was to try to, because these test cases, you have yourself a question like, is this something that I could use this program to do? So I tried to identify, how can I tell the uptick, has the dog park increased the traffic to Panorama Park? And so then I have to play around with the software to try to understand how many unique visits, how many people go there, so the number of visits, but then how many unique visits. Because if I go there 500 times, well, that's just one person. But if I go there 10 times, but there's 500 people who go there 10 times, right? So there's a difference, right, between one user, right? And so it's playing around with the platform to understand how it can be used. A hope is to be able to help Ryan understand who comes to our festivals or our events in downtown, and what does that do for our foot traffic in downtown. So that's ultimately, I've started doing some of that, but I'm not at the point to proficiently talk about that. But that's part of the hope of understanding what the capability is to get to that. Does that help?
If the company actually offers some kind of training or seminars, I would definitely encourage them, because their software, their platform, I'm sure is always changing and improving. And if they're able to provide you with education and how they actually utilize the data, I would take full advantage of it because from what I can see, this is powerful and there's so much information that can definitely help our city and our city and attract new businesses. So I would definitely try to
I'd be
reach
happy
out
to
to
do
them. That way you'll be able to get more knowledge as to how to utilize it and how to reach out to those businesses that might fit our city, our residents, and our demographics.
I'd be happy to do that, and I think as I become more proficient with Placer, I'll understand what they're good at, but also where the gaps are. Because maybe there's going to be a place where, because the GIS people that I know, specifically a gentleman over at CDEP, he has multiple platforms, multiple programs that he pulls data from. So it's not just one. And so, as I become more proficient, and then even within Placer, there's different types of data sets you can access. So it's, that's why it takes a new representative at Placer about 2 years, full-time, to understand what their platform does. But I do appreciate that feedback, and I'll continue to work on upping my expertise.
Thank you.
You bet.
Great.
Anything else?
Mayor, thank you very much for your
You bet.
presentation. That was amazing, and we're in good hands.
appreciate
I
that.
can certainly say that. We're going to open up for public comments.
So I don't have any request to speak forms, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment on this item, please raise your hand.
Okay, this is a presentation for discussion only, and this part of the meeting is closed.
Thank you.
Clunk.
That's okay, I gotta go downstairs. So just email it to me and I'll do it. Oops. We're early.
And John? Hey, Brad. Did you go to the opening of the cultural center in Orangeburg? No. That was really nice. Yeah, it was really nice. I noticed that they're doing the elected officials game.
No, I believe, yeah, we do this, but not this.
It's not yours, Mark?
Uh-oh. All right, we'll take a good look, we'll take care of it, we'll wait for you. Go take care of it, we're fine. Yeah, go take care of it, we're fine.
You bring out the best in people. Charlie, Ann, Charlie, Ann, Charlie, Charlie. I had said it a bunch of times, he didn't. The mayor had to step off, she's got a bloody nose, so Mark will take it. I think I'm good. Oh, are you? I think I'm all right. You started that. Yeah, I will. All right, never mind.
Good evening. I would like to call the November 8th, 2023 City Council meeting to order. And we'll begin with our Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready to begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm giving tonight's invocation. Thank you. Today, as we gather, let us reflect on the common values that unite us. Let us draw strength from our diversity, recognizing that within our differences lies the seeds of innovation and understanding. Let us be grateful for the opportunity to come together, to collaborate, and to support one another in our shared endeavors. May we approach our tasks with open minds, kindness, and a commitment to inclusivity. Let us strive to create a community where all voices are heard, respected, and valued. In this moment, let us find inspiration in our collective efforts to make a positive impact on the world. Thank you.
And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Ross. City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Ross.
Here?
Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale.
Here?
Mayor Lamb.
Here. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Mayor, I'm recommending that item number 4E be delayed till the next meeting. We're waiting on the final version of that contract so we can include it in the packet.
Okay.
So when you consider the consent agenda, it'll be minus that item.
Thank you. Thank you. Everybody got that? Item 4E. Okay, great. Thank you. City Clerk, will you please read the statement of participation?
Public comment is the opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are within the City Council's jurisdiction but not on the agenda. Because of restrictions contained in California law, the City Council may not discuss or act on any item not on the agenda, but may briefly respond to statements made or ask a question for clarification. The mayor may also request a brief response from staff to questions raised during public comment or request that a matter be agendized for a future meeting. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. If you are a member of the public and you wish to address the City Council, please complete a request to speak form available at the entrance and submit it to the City Clerk. You will be called upon at the appropriate time. If you have materials or other items to present to the members of the City Council, please do not approach them. All materials shall be presented to the City Clerk for distribution. I do have a request to speak form from Mr. Brad Anderson.
Great, thank you.
Oops.
I'm going to talk just on a couple of things, mosquitoes being one of them. I have no faith in the vector control district any longer controlling mosquitoes in this valley. And one of the reasons is, of course, I used to work there, but at the public meetings, unlike this one, I appreciate the time and effort you make to allow the public to speak. They changed the format not long ago where you cannot speak on agenda items during the consideration of the item. It has to be at the beginning of the meeting, like CVAG has done too. And I don't know if it's anything to do with me. I suspect it does. But again, it's uncalled for, and there's no reason, especially when I'm the only one that goes to those meetings usually. Only one from the general public. And I want to speak, I'm going to go over to another district that's in your city, and that's the Palm Springs Cemetery District. Again, they have a meeting coming up on Friday. It should have been Thursday. They don't post their meetings on time. And again, I haven't been able to go to those meetings because they brought in a policy of face mask on campus in the venue that they had the meetings for board meetings only. And that's suspicious because I'm the only one that goes to those meetings too. Not that you have any privy over that, but it is in your city and you should know about it. And when I'm the only one in there talking contracts and I guess performance reviews on the general manager and the legal counsel, which is the same as Ransom Rouse, everything is intertwined in this valley. But again, that's transparency there's no transparency, and it's continuing, and especially at Desert Hot Springs last night, where they had one of the trustees or one of the directors there that sits on that council, when they're not concerned about those safety measures with the face mask and all that, but they are in that venue only. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other speakers?
I don't have any other requests to speak forms for general public comment, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to, Dominic Moon, is it Moonard? Yes. Okay, let him go first.
Hello, council members. I'm Dominic Moonhart, former student councilman of Rancho Mirage High School. I live in District 2, and I know Nancy Ross is on the Sunline board. So I just wanted to address the Sun ride share in Acrisure Arena because our Firebirds are playing again this year. They lost to my uncle's sadness. So yeah, we were at that game 7. So I just wanted to ask, just let you know, there is no public transportation to Acrisure Arena. I mentioned this to Lisa Middleton, who's another Sunline board commissioner, and I proposed that the Sunline board have the rideshare service serve Thousand Palms and Acrisure Arena, since there is no bus that goes there right now, and with the hydrogen fuel situation going on right now, the buses are most likely not happen right now. And so I asked our representative if she can suggest the Sun Ride share service at least serve Acrisure Arena, because it's really hard for people who take public transportation like me to go to Acrisure Arena, and I have to use Uber or Lyft or those online payments, and sometimes that's just not, it just can't happen sometimes. And so Sunride would really help with getting public transportation people to the Acrisure Arena. So with that, I will finish my public comment here. Thank you.
Dominic, will
Yes,
you
go ahead.
either provide your information to our city clerk, Tracy, so that I can be in touch with you, or if you'd prefer, she can give you my information and you can email me?
No, I don't mind. I can give you my email.
Okay,
I'll
if
actually
you'd
go
give it
to the city
Tracy,
clerk right now.
that'd be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Altman wanted to provide public comment. Sorry.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Councilman. Great seeing everybody today. I'm here to give you guys compliments. I want to thank all you guys, especially you, Mr. Carnavale. But I'm going to go back to, and Charlie, and my friend Chris Palmer. I want to give you a little history. 20 years ago, approximately, me and a man named Greg Pettis sat down to make Cathedral City a city to bring people into. There was one problem: no money. So we decided to raise the TLT tax from 10% to 12%. Problem is, the hotel jails didn't want to do it unless some of the money would go to promoting the city. Unfortunately, time passes, the money went someplace else, nothing was done. Prior council didn't do their job, in my opinion. And then a guy named Mark Carnavale and Stan Henry and the council that way, I have a picture of him, decided to hire Charlie, Chris Palmer, and the things changed. In the 9 or 10 years that we've been involved in doing these things, we should be very proud of the Balloon Festival that's coming up, because that became an international flavor. Cathedral City's on the books for something. We are just now growing up, and I want to commend you guys on keeping it going and expanding. You got a guy named Ryan Howe. You got a new staff there. Let's keep it going and be proud of what you guys have accomplished. And Charlie and Chris, they should be really thank you for that. And guys, thank you for supporting it, because we have to bring people in to support the city, and that's a major factor besides the auto center. So thank you, and I'm not saying what I'm saying. You guys should take a clap hands for it.
Thank you, Richard. Any other public comments?
Is there anyone else that would like to provide public comment? And I don't see any hands raised.
Great, thank you. We'll now have our council member comments, and we'll start tonight with Councilman Gregory. Just go this way.
All right. So our last regular meeting was on October 25th, but I was on a family vacation. So thank you, everyone, for allowing me to take that time off. It was well spent, and hopefully I'm a little bit recharged from that. I did manage to come back on the 30th, and as everybody knows, the 31st was Halloween. So, and in Panorama area where I live, Halloween's kind of a big deal. So I was happy to be back and to be able to participate. In particular, I want to thank the police department. In some years, with all of those hundreds of kids in the neighborhood and a little bit of shenanigans going on, I think our park has taken the brunt of some of that, and some of the residents and some of the kids going around and getting candy. But I know the police made sure to have an extra presence this year, and I have not heard of any issues. And the very next morning, I was out in the park, and it looked good. So I want to thank them for taking the initiative to do that. It's not something that I personally asked for, but I'm very happy that they did that and took their initiative. So, and last weekend, of course, was Palm Springs Pride in Palm Springs, and the city participated in the parade and had a very nice entry. And I know our city management and city staff including communications, economic development, and some others were a part, and many of the city council members participated, and that was really good. I know if you've ever been, you know it's very well attended with tens of thousands of people, and I have to also commend Shauna, who was there and doing the microphone. I think we should pay her a few dollars, or at least a quarter every time she says, "The City of Cathedral City," because she did a great job of promoting, and everyone, of course, had a big part in that participated. So I was happy to be able to be a part of that, and it was a great event. Thank you. Earlier today, I did traveled down to Riverside and represented the city and the Riverside County Transportation Committee. They did meet today. Most of the agenda was taken up by a presentation by the Southern California Association of Governments. They have rolled out their update for their transportation and communities plan, and so that is now open for review. If anybody would like to look at it, it's at connectsocal.org, and of course this is very important because the funding that flows through to the city, a lot of it originates, that comes through the state and the federal government, goes through the Southern California Association of Governments, often through the Riverside County Transportation Commission, then through Coachella Valley Association of Governments, and to us. So their main initiatives were always transportation. Of course, they also do the RENA number split up for our area for housing. And so their main 4 components of their plan have to do with mobility, which is transportation, safety and equity and everything that goes with that. And then they have a part called communities that deals with the housing component. And then environment that talks about sustainability and resilience, and then a section called economy, and it actually deals with future plans for broadband, a lot of even workforce development, those types of things. And they're accepting comments at this point, and it really is a plan that aims out to 2050. So it's kind of broad and has a lot of broad goals, but it does get somewhat specific, and this is our chance as individuals to look at this and to make comments. So it's at connectsocal.org. So I would encourage everyone to go and look at that. They have been going around doing a bunch of public hearings. There was one earlier in the week at CVAG. I don't know if anybody from staff or from council participated. That I think today's was the final one they have planned in person in Riverside County, but they have a couple of virtual public hearings in early December. They said they would be sending out information to the city managers as far as this website and and also about their virtual meetings. So hopefully maybe that can get passed along to us, anybody that wants to participate. I focus on behalf of the council mainly on transportation. I know we have others that have been focusing a lot on housing, so I would encourage, I will of course be making some comments especially in support of Coachella Valley Rail, but also about alternatives to Interstate 10 like Varner Road and some of my comments, but I would encourage others to do that, and also those that have a specialty in housing to review the report and make any appropriate comments. There is a lot going on. I'm sure my colleagues will talk about some of this. The Fields of Valor did start last weekend, and I know that the Evening Rotary has been doing a good job of getting everybody organized, and I believe they pretty much have council members participating in their events. It's actually a multi-day event besides the fact that the flags are out in Patriot Park continuously through next Sunday. So I would encourage people to participate. There is a program on Saturday for Veterans Day, and I know somebody will be addressing the group from the council there, so I'll let them talk about that. I am scheduled for just a very brief thank you on Sunday, which will be the close in the morning, so I will be out there on Sunday morning, this November 12th, and I encourage everyone to go out and honor our veterans. And then next Monday is on the calendar is the Senior Center Gala. The Senior Center is very important to us here in the city, and they have this annual gala which raises a lot of money. It's called A Night to Remember. It's at Agua Caliente in Rancho Mirage next Monday. So if you are interested in supporting the Senior Center and going to that event, please check their website and get tickets. I haven't heard yet. I assume the city's going to have some participation in there, so hopefully we'll be getting information on that soon. And then, not this coming weekend, but the next weekend, of course, is our big Hot Air Balloon Festival here. It's our largest festival here in Cathedral City, and you've already heard it mentioned how much it is how much meaning it has for the city and how it's grown to be an international hot air balloon festival with balloons from all over. I believe this year we're going to be premiering a Cathedral City hot air balloon. So I would encourage everyone to participate in that. You could always get information at discovercathedralcity.com, but I think it has its own website also. Is it Hot Air Balloon Festival? HotAirBalloonFest.com. Thank you, Ryan. And that'll get you all of the information for all the events. If you haven't been to it, it is a no-miss festival, I especially like the evening portions. One of the evenings we will have a drone show that we've had in the last couple of years, but the balloon glow is something else, nothing like standing in a field full of hot air balloons while they are firing off their burners and getting to experience that all around you. So I encourage everyone to make plans to attend the Hot Air Balloon Festival. And then just wanted to note that usually we have our council meetings on the second and fourth Wednesdays of the month, but the fourth Wednesday of this month falls right before Thanksgiving, so we haven't canceled that meeting. It's just going to get pushed a week out. So it's going to be on the fifth Wednesday. So the next time we meet for our regular council meeting is scheduled to be November 29th. So please mark your calendar so you don't come down that Wednesday before Thanksgiving and find our doors locked. We will be here the Wednesday after on the 29th. And that's the end of my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We missed you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Yeah, we did have a lot of fun last week, and we're going to have some more fun this coming week. But I attended and judged the kids at Spooktacular. It was a great event. It was well attended. All these little kids out there in their little costumes. It was a lot of fun. I also attended the dog costume at Panorama Park. That was well attended. I believe there's over 100 dogs participating with their owners, and all the dogs were well behaved. There was no dog fights. It was just a fun afternoon. And thanks Ryan and Chris Parman for putting that on, and Antonio. It was a lot of work. And last Saturday I attended and hosted the Fields of Valor put on by the Cathedral City Evening Rotary. The president of the Rotary, Sunshine Edwards, and her husband Angel were there many hours prior, during many hours now, because like Councilmember Gregory said, it's a multi-day event, and it was a wonderful opening. Thanks for the police department and fire department for their participation, bringing out the flags. That was very moving. And Joanne, for all your participation, thank you, and all the Rotarians that coordinated that. Everybody goes by and sees these flags there. Well, they just don't pop up. I mean, there's a lot of residents and participants that participate in that, and it's quite a project, and they did a wonderful job. I also spoke with the CEO of Suniva, the large cannabis business cultivation. It's getting underway after many years of some troubles, but they're ready to cultivate and hire a bunch of people. Workers. I met with Jens Miller. He was trying to get some awareness going on with trash cans that are being left out on the neighborhood. And he does have a good point. It is a city problem. It's just not a one area problem. So possibly maybe council, we can come up with some ideas in our districts how we can make awareness there. I know Ann is going to be working on that for some awareness as well. And I had a few calls about homeless underneath the Rome Bridge. It's a popular spot. They pop up every now and then. Chief Crum was handling that issue. So then next week, I'll be attending along with some of the council here Monday for the senior gala. And then Wednesday, I have a homeless committee meeting along with POP's meeting. I believe we have a couple officers, Chief, getting awards. It's a very important day, so I'll be attending that as well. And thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And Councilmember Ross.
Thank you so much. So I would be that Veterans Day speaker, and I'm so proud and pleased to be able to be an asset to the Herreras and to Mrs. Kennan. They have done the best job this year I have seen yet. And that's, every year it's a little bit better, but this one took a big step. And I really, really encourage you to go out. It's moving to see all of the flags. It's inspirational. And I don't know about you, but I come from a couple of generations of long-serving military men, and I am proud to go in their honor and let the world know that we still believe in our veterans and we celebrate them every year on Veterans Day. I watched the elections across the nation last night for mayors, governors, and lots of city council members. It reminded me once again about how important elections are in and for our nation. This, of course, goes for our city too. Not just voting for elected officials, none of us were up for election this year, but how that each vote we make affects each and every person and that decisions shape policy for our city. We help define the budget, which allows us to put money into projects, and those can be really hard decisions as our pockets are sadly never full. I'm sorry, I got so excited over never being full. We determine if we can afford to hire new people and sadly make the harder decision as to when the budget dictates letting people go. And we manage to do this all while holding different ideologies about dozens of things. And we surely don't always agree with each other, as you can see in our voting. But this is what differentiates us from so many electeds across this great nation. I know that regardless of the voting outcome from the last vote, no matter how wrong each might think the others are, we are here and ready for the next vote and make it without retaliation for those who opposed us on the last vote. This is politics at its finest. We vote based on what we believe our constituents want or what is in their best interests. But we also know that each of us are doing this. Council members represent different districts within the city, each with its own unique needs and priorities. But when I see some of the monkeys in our government that spend more time pounding their chests than working for the people, I look back at us and I'm so proud of my fellow council members and their dedication to you, not to themselves. We are a diverse, complex group of people who are dedicated to this city. We work every day, weekends, birthdays, anniversaries, and do the research. We read 1,000-page agendas just to provide debate for one another, to share our differences and reach decisions that we believe is best for all the people. I am proud to serve Cathedral City. I'm proud to work with all of you. I know my fellow council members too. Hashtag no chest pounding. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. Since we last met, I had 2 meetings with our city manager and then our assistant city manager as well. One was to discuss tonight's agenda, and the other one was to discuss other items or issues within the city that are brought up by residents and other ideas that I have as well. Now, as you can see, City Council has been pretty busy. I also attended the first dog Halloween costume contest, which was mentioned earlier by Councilman Carnevale, or Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale. It was well attended. The dogs were absolutely incredible. They behaved, and it was tough to pick a winner. And there was a lot of wiener dogs out there, but they were all just so cute. And the following day, I participated also as a judge in a spectacular here. Again, that's my favorite, you can say, event of the year, because you get to see all these little kids that are just so dressed up, so cute. And one of the winners was just so unique. I don't know if you guys saw it. It was this little kid that the parent, the father, made out of this lawnmower. He made from cardboard boxes into a little, you can say, paletero kind of thing. So he was out there supposedly selling ice cream. It was an ice cream man. He was so cute. It was very unique. And that was my favorite, and that little kid did win. Now, let's see, what else did I do here? I also received several phone calls from residents who are having major issues with homeless people near their property and next to their property. One of them is on Shifting Sands in Dinah Shore. Right next to his family home, there's homeless people that constantly gather, and he has little kids and a wife, and he's afraid that at some point they're going to get hurt because these people are always not just behaving. They camp out there and they do cause issues. I did call our city manager, and police did go out there and send them on their way. So that's nice to hear, but this is a constant issue that we all face within the city. And I'm glad that our police department is able to handle it as much as we can. Now, I also do get several texts and messages and phone calls from residents who just do not like to have these illegal food vendors within our city. I know I've talked about it quite a bit, but they seem to be springing up throughout our city within our residential areas. Now, these people do not have permits, and they're not permitted or have any licenses by our Riverside County Health Department. And I did have the opportunity to talk to a health department representative last week, and the information I received, I was really shocked that we as a city can do a lot more. And I'm going to be sharing that information with our city manager in the near future. But there's something in the works that we're trying to give people that do want to work and actually have their vending, you can say, little shops, to have them legalized, to have them legally permitted by the city and the Riverside County Health Department as well. And those who do not comply, I think we're going to change the way we deal with them. Let's see, what else did I do here? I did also hear from a property owner here in Cathedral City who owns property in an area that the city is considering for forming an assessment district. This area is located right behind 7-Eleven off of Sarah Street in Cathedral City on the north side of that. And I did give him the information that I'm aware of, and he was happy with it. And I made him aware of today's meeting, study session meeting, which took place earlier. And I also spoke with a resident who was wondering as to what's going on with the Ramon Road Bridge expansion, if that's ever going to take place. I told him that Palm Springs is the lead city on that. They're in charge of it, and we're just waiting for them to start the project, and that's all we're doing. There's not much more we can do. And he was also wondering about the Visachino Bridge, and I told him that what we've been told is that once the Ramon Road Bridge project has been completed, then Palm Springs will also be the lead project manager for the other bridge, and that will take place after the Ramon Road Bridge expansion. And that's going to take quite a while, but I will keep everyone informed of any information that we come up with. And finally, the area in the Horizon neighborhood that was hit pretty hard by the storms, I went by there today, and I keep in touch with several residents there, and something big was just accomplished. One of the homes there, the residents actually, I was able to get people out there and get them to install insulation, install their drywall, do their taping, texture, and they're ready to paint. So all they have left is to paint, install cabinets, and still a lot of work in flooring, but their lives are about to start getting normal as they were prior to the storm. And luckily, there's a few additional donors that are going to be contributing towards my fund that I created to help these people. And if I'm able to help a few other residents that do not have or did not have flood insurance, that's what I'm trying to concentrate and help. And luckily, like I mentioned, there's a few more friends that are willing to donate towards this cause, and I will be helping some of these residents that still they're still suffering from the causes of the storm. And tomorrow I will be attending a Coachella Valley Association of Governments meeting, Conservation Committee meeting. I will let you know what the update, or update you as to what we talked about. And that concludes my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you so much. Good work. We've been talking a lot about the Hot Air Balloon Festival and looking forward to that. And I had an opportunity, along with Ryan and a group of people, to participate in the Champions of Hospitality Dinner and Award. And Cindy and Steve Wilkinson and their family, they were recognized as Champions of Hospitality, and in their category, it was a visitor experience. So we've all been talking about how fabulous it is, and Richard Altman was here as a longtime observer, resident, business owner, and instigator of this great project. So we're really, really happy to have that as part of our repertoire. I participated in a Spectrum News interview, and they were interviewing many of the mayors throughout Southern California about veterans, and they were specifically asking me about Veterans Village. So we're so proud to have that in our community. It's absolutely fantastic. And we had a gentleman talking about Sunride, and some of the residents there were felt there was a little bit of an obstacle getting to the Sunline bus station. So they're able to get Sunride, and Sunride will take them to the bus station, and then they can go all about the community. So we're adding more and more opportunities for residents and the veterans to get out and about. I did attend the Filipino American Association of Coachella Valley. They had their big gala, and I was first introduced to them a year ago, and they had their board induction ceremony right here in Cathedral City, so they invited me as the mayor. So I got to meet them all, so I was so surprised Sunday night when I went to their gala, and our Cathedral City High School Lions Pride were the singers and the entertainment, and May Leroy was there conducting them. So it was just beautiful, and they love our group. They're the Cathedral City Singers, so they have them everywhere. So it was really nice to see them and say hi to all the kids, and they do a fantastic job. Made us proud. We talked about, I don't know if we mentioned it, but the Agua Caliente Cultural Museum opened up, and it happened to be the same night that the women mayors were invited to the Women Leaders Forum. And so 4 of us were able to speak about how we got interested in politics, or how our journey was. So it was very interesting to find out a little bit more about them. And it was Linda Evans from La Quinta, Kathleen Kelly from Palm Desert, and Donna Griffin from Indian Wells. So, and Grace Garner was at the event opening the spa. So it was a great evening. We had a great activity, and if you didn't have a chance to get out there, Dia de los Muertos was at the Desert Cemetery Park. Karen Riley was instrumental in making that happen, along with Trinidad. She got all the dancers, but they had folkloric. It was beautiful, absolutely a beautiful activity and a great afternoon. Prior to the dog, the big hubbub of the dog costume party, and thank you to Fire Chief Contreras, because he did a fantastic job, and it was the pinning ceremony for 5 new ambulance and paramedics, 5 new ambulance drivers and paramedics. And young men and their families were there, wives, kids, moms, dads. I heard the whole story. It was just fantastic. And they were so proud to be part of the Cathedral City family. So it was really a wonderful event. I had an opportunity to sit with Ann Ambrose and Karen Dimmick. And Karen Dimmick is the career coordinator for Palm Springs Unified School District. And we were talking about how to kind of make some more pathways so the young people know what's available in the city, and vice versa. We know who might be interested. And when we were talking about Spooktacular, it was so cute. It was let me see his name, Hernandez. And he was manning the fire truck at Spooktacular and giving all the little ones a boost up into the fire truck so they could see it. And there was a little lull, and I happened to chat with him, and he showed me a picture on his phone that his parents had taken of him when he went to an event like this and got to sit in the fire truck. And he said, from that moment, I knew what I wanted to do. I thought that was just perfect. We got to get this kid in a ad or something, but it was just absolutely wonderful. I attended the Cathedral City Chamber of Commerce this morning, and we were talking about ways in which we could re-energize some of the fabulous resources we have in Cathedral City that we know about. We want to spread the word and make sure that those businesses are successful. Tomorrow, there is a meeting at our Cathedral City Library. It's Friends of the Library, and they're hoping to re-energize a foundation and a community group to help the library. And that's at 10:30 tomorrow, so if you're interested in looking for ways to volunteer or get involved, this is surely it. And my mayor's message for this month is to be grateful. I started about two years ago. I have my little notebook and I do a gratitude journal every morning. And what I found out is that my life is an extravagance of riches. Thank you. So that ends my report. So we'll go on to the emergency update and an update on emergency actions related to Tropical Storm Hilary.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, I'll just have a brief update tonight because I'm just building on what we've been doing over the past few weeks. Then we will have an update from the fire department, and then we'll have the meat of the discussion, which is what we need to do in response to the millions of dollars that we're spending on the storm recovery, because we have to make adjustments elsewhere in our budget to accommodate that. We're continuing removing soil placed on the streets by residents as needed basis. Currently removing that daily. We're continuing to provide one dumpster. Our plan is to keep that in place through December 1st. We've noticed the activity on it is diminishing, thankfully, as the debris is mostly removed now. We have removed 387.5 tons of debris at a cost of approximately $50,000. That's just what went into the containers. That doesn't count all the dirt and mud off of the street, of course. We have waived building permit fees for the most impacted residents and businesses, and a number have taken advantage of that. We provided fee waivers for demolition permits and for impounded vehicles. We have coordinated with the Coachella Valley Water District and the Flood Control District of Riverside County. They will be here at your meeting on November 29th to provide updates on the origins of the storm so that we understand that better. And in the case of CVWD, a capital improvement project that they have in their budget that will help mitigate against future events like this. We also continued the debris removal efforts. The contractor started on, this is the big piles of dirt that are out there that are being hauled away. The contractor began on Monday, October 23rd, and I just got an update today, and our estimate is that they're about 25% through removing that at this point. The total cost of that is about $4.5 million to remove and properly dispose of that. And that's on this slide, what you've approved to date in terms of expenditures, 1.062. That was all the contractors that we've had out there working, both in the mud and dirt removal and Burtec and all the other efforts that have been going on out there, and then $4.56 million for the removal of the dirt. There will be additional appropriations required. You'll be hearing this during the budget presentation. We estimate the city share of road repairs that are going to be required after this will be about $6 million. And we're hoping to get some substantial investment from the Federal Highway Administration and Caltrans as well on that. FEMA, public assistance still has not been authorized for the state. There is no federal declaration. The Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians were awarded a public assistance disaster declaration. That made me a little bit hopeful that maybe it's coming for the rest of us because we share much of the same area. Staff continue to communicate on a regular basis with state and federal representatives advocating for assistance. We have some residents that are helping with that as well, and we appreciate that. The SBA loans, that program continues. They're not at the library anymore offering assistance, but people can apply online. This is low-interest loans for both individual residents and homeowners and for businesses. The applications for physical damage are due by November 21st, and for economic injury, that would be primarily for businesses by June 24th. The Greater Palm Springs Realtors Disaster Grant Program, they're offering up to $2,500 for, this can be for homeowners, for renters, for those who were displaced or affected by the storm. That has been extended to the entire Coachella Valley, including the unincorporated areas. Currently, they have 75 applications in process, and they got 8 new submittals this week. 7 residents on Horizon were assisted through that fund, and they have asked the Realtor Relief Foundation, the grant funder, to extend the deadline to November 30th. So if there are others that could benefit from that program, please get your applications into the Realtors Association. That concludes my update from that. The next item is, Chief Contreras is here. They were already working to update our emergency operations plan and our hazard mitigation plan, including some grant funding. This just highlighted the need to be expedient in doing that, and he'll give an update on where we are related to those plans and what's upcoming.
Great, thank you.
Mayor, can we have one person provide public comment?
Yes. Perfect.
Mr.
Thank you.
Smith?
Thank you for that. My name's Rick Smith, and I live in the flood area. But my house wasn't that damaged. In fact, when I was here before, I felt really kind of sad. I didn't feel worthy of speaking because all the damage that the other people had, and I just had to leave. So, a little closer. Hi.
Great.
Listen, I'd apologize for being late, but I should have been here about 3 years ago because that's what my situation is. I picked this up about 2/14/21. This is topsoil silt. This isn't from any kind of flood. This is across the street from my house because we got people off-roading over there. We got people dumping stuff. I talked to Mr. Gregory, and I'm not real happy because I left a message to talk to you again, get together. I'm real nervous. I'm a little bit uptight with this stuff. But about getting together with the police officer, chief, and code enforcement to do something about this. Because when we talked on the phone, what I heard from you was the concern was about building a Dollar General. Well, guess what? All of that flood stuff, off-roaders were out there, up and down the road. They put waves of mud. Nobody could do anything about it. Guess what? They're still out there. They're still dumping stuff while they're cleaning it up. There's one in the speed limit. I think it's 25 in a neighborhood. There's one sign from Avelina going south. You can't even see it because of trees in the way. There's nothing clear down to Los Gatos. My street is a gateway to the marijuana stores and the liquor stores. I've collected stuff. I had needles in here too, but I thought, nah, it's too dangerous. Just walking around the neighborhood. Now, I'm not a vigilante, but I'll tell you what, when I'm out there getting in my car and I see somebody speeding by or dumping, I call the cops. Only one time did I get any kind of satisfaction. So what's happened with that kind of stuff is, one time when they're off-roading over there, I end up talking to the female police officer, and she said, oh yeah, I let them know that they shouldn't be doing that. I said, these are people, they've been doing it over and over. Did you do an FI card? Well, no, I didn't. Well, why not? Another time, with the dumping, there was an officer came out. He was a good officer, nice guy. He helped them get out of there. The stuff they dumped was right there. No ticket. No ticket. One time did I get satisfaction. There was an older police officer, seasoned, I'll put it that way, and he asked me, he says, do you have any information on this guy that's doing this stuff? I said, yeah, I got his license number. He said, oh, give it to me. He came back and reported to me that he went around the corner, confronted the kid and said, hey, you don't do that stuff anymore, and you don't get in the residents' faces either. You don't threaten them and stuff. That kid hasn't been around. So I'm not getting any satisfaction. Right now, they're working on the construction right there. People are still going by. Now, they're trying to water it down, but you still got dust. You know, we still got dust. But again, this is before the flood. This is what we've been having problems with. When I moved in there 7 years ago, my house was a code enforcement problem. There was some rabbits over there. Once in a while, we see a coyote.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. That ends our 3 minutes.
Oh, that's it, okay.
That's right.
Anyway,
Thank you.
so what I want some construction signs that says construction going on, speed limit, slow down, that's what I want. And I want some satisfaction when we report something. Just stop at my house, I'll give you the thing. And if you really want to follow through with this, send me to tech. When you're tech people, you can look at my phone and see what I'm talking about. If that's not an issue, I think I can find somebody else that would be interested in looking at my phone and seeing this stuff. So I hope you can do something about that. Thank you. And I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
Upsets the shit out of me. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Fire Chief Contreras.
Honorable Mayor and Council, thanks for taking the time to listen. I'm going to apologize, Councilmember Ross, but I'm going to try to give you the who, what, where, and not all the acronyms, okay?
No acronyms. Thank you for thinking.
So the city last week, or last council meeting, the city manager kind of gave an update. I'm here to really break these down. Like, why do we need these documents? Why do cities have them? So the first one I'm going to break down, I'll try to say LHMP one time, and then we'll call it the Local Hazard Mitigation Plan after that. But it's something that we put together that identifies all the risks throughout the city, right? And then once we've identified them, then we look at what procedures, what resources, like how do we deal with them? An example would be the railroad, right? That is next to the city. How are we going to deal with that? And so that local hazard mitigation plan is specifically to Cathedral City. The key point to it is if you want any FEMA reimbursement, you've got to have a local hazard mitigation plan. Okay, so the other thing is the second bullet point really talks about how do we minimize. So not only the resources, the who's going to do what, where, and how, but how are we going to deal with these disasters? But the key piece is it is required for any FEMA reimbursement. Then the next one is emergency operations plan. That takes a little bit different, okay? Within the city, it talks about who is going to deal with it, okay? What agencies, whether it's Public Works is going to do this, PD is going to do this, fire is going to do that. Both of these are something that every city should have, but not every city does. And then the multi-jurisdictional, I think I had a couple questions about do we qualify under Riverside County? So Riverside County has to put together a multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. The difference there is they really look at the county, the same thing as ours, you know, what resources they have, how they're going to deal with these emergencies. They're going to deal with them on a county level. What they do is they create annexes, which I looked at it today. It's about it's about 4 sentences that makes one paragraph that says how the county would do it. So it's very general and does not qualify under the FEMA grant or if we were to go for any reimbursement. So where are we at? Our local hazard mitigation plan was last done in 2017, which when I came in on end of 22, we were still okay because they're good for 5 years. But it was something early in November. You know, I got here on the 7th, and I want to say our first meeting was the end of November. Recognizing that was something that we needed to do as part of my assessment. Then, tied to that, we looked at the EOP. We currently have a current EOP that's good for 3 years, was last done in 2020. And then that coincided with the accreditation that you guys approved, and how that information, both the strategic plan, standards of coverage, and our risk assessment, which will be used for the local hazard mitigation plan. So a lot of it is going to help us update everything and roll right into these documents. To my surprise, as we initially talked to the consultant, is these are not cheap documents. Either the number of manpower hours that it takes to put that together, along with the amount of research. A lot of times these documents are just repeated. You change the date, change a couple words, and repeat it. So one of the things that I wanted to do was really see what was out there. One of the things that we found out through the consultant was that we could get grants for these, not only OES, but FEMA. And so we started on that process. We submitted a notice of intent to Cal OES that we were going to do the local hazard mitigation plan. We did 2 different phone calls with OES, made sure that we understood their process, because it has to go to OES and then it moves to FEMA. So if you don't get approval from OES, it's not going to get pushed through to FEMA. In June, we met with, did the 2 interviews, and then at the end of June, we got approved for a notice of intent. And again, that's saying this is our intent to move this thing forward. In same time, we met actually this should have been with the other one. We moved forward and said, okay, this is what we have. Do we have everything we need? They verified that we did. Then as we were gathering that internally, myself and the battalion chiefs put together a team to make sure that we had everything we needed. Simultaneously, July 1, you guys approved for us to move forward with the accreditation process. So we were kind of moving in parallel tracks. Obviously, we started one with Chief Tumir, who was, again, you guys authorized. Well, we were waiting to hear from Cal OES and FEMA. By August, we submitted our grant application. Once we submitted it, they came back and asked us a few questions, and we are currently in the holding status. OES has approved it. They've moved it forward to FEMA, and if you go into the website, it currently says that it is pending. Everything that we've been told, these grants, because the government wants everybody to deal with their own problems, we've been told that it will be approved. I think in your staff report, I had the numbers wrong. I think I put 175,000. It was actually 199,000. And FEMA will cover 75. Cal OES we're hoping what they've told us is they cover the other 25. And I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you so much. Chief Contreras, do we have questions from council? Yes, we do. And Councilman Ross.
Thank you so much for the presentation. One quick question. Once you receive what you need to proceed, how long will it take you to update or to revamp this emergency procedures program?
With everything else we have going on, to be fair, it would take about a year.
A year. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem.
And this would be available to the public for their, if they wanted a copy of this, they would have it.
If they come to fire admin tomorrow, they can get a copy of both of these documents and the new one.
As I shared with Ann and Charlie, my biggest concern was when the communication broke down. Now, is that going to, your report, is that going to kind of involve backup for communication, or that's just another?
Communication, I'm sorry.
Like 911 went out.
Oh, okay. Yes, it was so in the local hazard mitigation plan, you would have, actually, that would probably be more on the emergency operations plan than it would on the local hazard mitigation.
Okay. And then it seemed like another concern, I just remember in everybody's concerns, is when the process of who gets the calls, by how important they are. So is there any language in your report how you would handle calls, or?
So that actually would go into our the accreditation process. So in that process, in our risk assessment, so how calls come in, how we tier them. We just implemented in June with the police department what's called EMD dispatch. So depending on the acuity, like if it's a high risk, those ones we're not going to wait on those. If it's a lower acuity, I would say most days we don't have to skip calls. We have enough resources. But in that case like that, and exactly how we did it, the higher acuity, which was the 14 people that were in the care home, they stayed at the top the whole time, and we continue to work that issue.
Yeah, I just think it's kind of important that they know that, because everybody that calls think they're the most serious out of all of them.
Absolutely.
So just the awareness of how the process is.
And that would be probably in our risk assessment document, which is a different document. And again, all this stuff, once it's done, we can put it up on the website and people can download it.
Great.
Thanks, Chief.
You got it.
Thank you. And
By the way, I love this. This is great.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
Thanks.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, are you aware of if there's any agencies within the Coachella Valley that their grants have been approved, if they have applied?
I am not aware. No. Because Riverside County, which covers the most of, they would fall under the Riverside County Hazard Mitigation Plan, and the county's emergency management division handles all that. They are in the process of starting a strategic plan, so like and part of that strategic plan is to look at that.
And do you have any idea when possibly we could hear regarding the grant application?
We've been told, we're checking every week. We were told that back in September, I think it was, that anytime. So it's not a day, it's basically we're in the queue, and as they review them, our number comes up, we'll get awarded.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? We're ready to open up for the public?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
I don't have any request to speak forms for this item, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment, please raise your hand. And I see no hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you. This is a presentation only for discussion and direction. There is no formal action required. We'll now move on to item 3, update to emergency funding for debris removal cleanup and emergency protective measures for Tropical Storm Hilary. May we have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Mayor. As we've been talking about really over the past almost 3 months now, we've been spending millions of dollars on this effort, and thankfully we had that in our fund reserves. As you saw last week, we ended the year at June 30th of 2023 with adequate fund reserves, which are for emergencies like this. But we did have to draw those down, and so now we have to take steps to make sure that we're not unprepared for when the next situation comes along where we need our savings account. So staff has been working, assessing what we've had to spend on the emergency, what still likely remains to be spent, and has come up with a plan for you all to consider that will at least partially help restore our fund reserves. And so Kevin's going to go over with you the plan for that and get your feedback on that.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Hopefully, knock on wood, it's laminate, it's not the real thing, but hopefully we won't have one of those kinds of exercises again like we had in August. So on this presentation, it's kind of divided up, so hopefully I'll pause after each slide or the couple of slides that go together and ask you all if you'd have any questions, because we really don't want you to wait until the end, just so that it can be interactive if possible. Oh, I boogered something up already. Previous. This slide you saw at the end of 2 weeks ago. So this is just it's prettied up, more readable from a standpoint of this is where we ended the presentation when we talked about our preliminary year-end financial results. So just as a recap, we haven't changed anything here, but where we tied back to in column 1 for our preliminary results for our year-end, when you look at the bottom line, we're at 58% of fund balance reserve for those at the dais as a reminder, or for the listening audience, you basically get that from looking at the $39 million, which is 3 lines above, and you compare that to the $67 million for the expenditures of where we landed at the end of the year. And that's where you get that 58%. And back in 2014, our city council, our governing body at the time, established a fund balance policy that our minimum reserve would be 33%. And it's really important, that 33%, because as you all are aware, we spend money pretty evenly throughout the year. We don't produce widgets, we have people and we provide service. But the way we receive our revenues from, whether it's the feds, the state, the county, whomever, we get those revenues sporadically and usually in arrears. So for the first half of the fiscal year, we're looking at anywhere from $10 to $12 million that we have to have in our bank account, in our savings account, in order to spend. So that fund balance reserve is very important. When you look at column 2, the budget that you all passed back in May, our fund balance reserve, even given the fact that there was a slight deficit projection of $2.6 million, it fell from the 58% this past year that we're ending up with versus 53% would be the plan based on the budget that was adopted. Column 3, as a result of August 20th and the events that happened, for what has transpired already, for example, the $1.062 million, which is on the subsequent slide and the city manager has already talked about earlier this evening, the $4.5 million, the same. When you look at that and any other budget adjustments that you all have already approved, like, for example, the reader board down the pike over at the Auto Center, that's been approved. A few other items you've already approved. We're looking at current projection of expenditures of $76.7 million. When you compare that to some of the items that we've looked at over these past 2 weeks, which is a bit of a change, we'll talk about that later. We're hopefully addressing and upping what you see right now at that 38%. The 38% is the current projection that we provided 2 weeks ago. So based on what we talk about tonight, we're hopefully going to have some modification to that 30%, 38% to increase it for you all and for our citizens and our constituents. And then the final column is the budget that was approved for year 2 of the biennial budget. If it stands as is right now, what we shared with you 2 weeks ago is that would be at 33%. Our fund balance reserve would be at our minimum that we have for a fund balance policy. So that is pause for concern, those last 2 columns of the 38% and the 33%. So tonight, with the slides that we take you through, our goal is to be able to, based on the recommendations, up those percentages. Any questions on this slide? Okay, thank you. Moving on. This is a little bit more detail with respect to what you all have authorized to date. The $1.062 million as of October 20th, we've incurred costs of $1.027 million. So we're still under that authorization. We will monitor that and we will come back to you should we have to exceed that. Back on the 13th of September, when you first saw that and approved that $1.062 million, we had 7 vendors that we had issued task orders to. We've since upped that, and here's the updated list of those vendors. And then obviously there's a little bit of miscellaneous dollars. That miscellaneous is just noise in comparison. It's only about $13,000. Then in September 27th, based on what you all approved, the $4.5 million with respect to the 150 to 172,000 cubic yards of dirt. Any questions? So let's move on to recommendations that we have for you all this evening. With respect to the tropical storm, we have recommended deferrals and or budget cuts to help mitigate those extraordinary expenses that were incurred. So these next 3 slides kind of go together. This is a summary slide, and then there's 2 detail slides that follow that have the particulars, and we'll go through those as well. With respect to our CalPERS and our other post-employment benefits, our OPEB payments, this year we have $2.2 million for each one of those allocated. So one of our cuts, one of our budget cuts that we're recommending is, as a one-time cut for this fiscal year, is that we not make those allocations. So if you look at that 2.2, that gets you for CalPERS and OPEB a total of almost $4.5 million.
So if I could just be clear, that's not our minimum payment, right? We're talking about payments against unfunded liability, that money that we had budgeted for that.
Yes, sir, that is money that we had budgeted for that to be able to come tie back to paying the 2.2 toward CalPERS and then setting aside in the CalPERS SERPT trust for OPEB. Yes, sir.
Right, so we'll still, of course, make our required minimum payments. There's no proposal not to do that.
And currently today, we make those biweekly with payroll because we don't have a minimum payment this year in year one of the current 2-year budget, but we will have a minimum payment next year based on the volatility of CalPERS and their ability to achieve or not achieve their forecast.
I assume that's what it was, but I just want to make sure it's clear to the public we're not, and our employees, that we're still making the minimum required
Every 2
payments.
weeks.
And
Every 2 weeks we make that.
These were payments that, of course, we need to do to whittle down the unfunded liability that we've been carrying for a number of years.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And then the third bullet ties back to, if you go back to in May with the biennial budget, part of that budget near the end of it is we have 2 plans. We have a capital improvement project plan and we have a park improvement project plan. The only thing that actually gets budgeted tied to those plans is anything that impacts the general fund, because that kind of ties back to that acronym, that MOE, that maintenance of effort that we talk about, where we have to make payments from the general fund in order to receive other kind of funding, whether it's RCTC funding from the Riverside County Transportation Commission for our Measure A funds, or if it's for our SB1 funds, that affectionate 12% that was tacked on to our price per gallon of gas a few years ago. So we actually have to, so we budget for that if it's a general fund budget. Otherwise, when we bring a project, whether it's a parks improvement project or a capital improvement project to you all for approval, and it involves other funds, that's when we encumber and that's when we obligate those funds. So what you're going to see here in these next 2 slides is with respect to capital improvements and park improvements that we're recommending deferring a little bit over $2 million.
Let me ask a question. So in reference to that, you're talking about capital and park, I'm just reading it, capital and park improvement projects totaling $2,011,896 are proposed to be delayed or continued. But you're not talking about all of the parks.
No, ma'am.
You're only talking about some of the parks. When will you let us know what those are?
In the next 2 slides.
Thank you.
So in total, when you look at the 4.480 and the 2.011, we're looking at almost $6.5 million. So here it is item by item. The first 2, we've talked about the 2.2 and the 2.2 with respect to CalPERS and our OPEB. In looking at the CIP projects, some of these projects will be discussed later this evening. One of them is actually talked about in the study session earlier this afternoon, and that's the last item on this list. And we'll follow through with what our takeaway in the direction with respect to the study session this afternoon. So if you go line by line, we'll talk about Varner Road, the design for that 3.7-mile stretch from Palm Drive to Date Palm Drive. And that's at $375,000. That's a shift, and we'll talk about that in a subsequent slide. We're planning on doing that, but we have another funding source. East Palm Canyon Riaz for $350,000. That's a deferral, recommended deferral. The Cathedral Canyon Bike Lane and Sidewalk, that match, we're actually going to be able to fund that match, which was previously planned to be funded with general fund dollars. That was planned for back in May. We have subsequent news with respect to that, so we're going to be able to fund that match with RCTC Transportation Development Act bicycle fund type monies. So that's a win. We'll talk about that one a little bit later as well. The Cathedral Canyon Channel East Multimodal Path, that's recommended to be a deferral. The Date Palm Drive expansion project, So that match funded with Measure A instead of the general fund, and we'll talk about that because we're looking at using Measure A monies for that. Cypress Road, Santora Drive drain improvements, that would be a recommended deferral. The Panorama neighborhood, we had general fund monies of $60,000. We're looking to defer that. However, and that's why this note is here, and we'll talk about it as well a little bit later, and that is we have over $282,000 from the matured assessment district for the Panorama neighborhood. That was assessed back in 1988. That is now matured, and these are leftover capital improvement dollars from that assessment. So we would look at using those monies in the near term, sooner rather than later.
And,
yes, ma'am.
And I had one question. It said for the Cathedral Canyon Bike Lane, it said you're going to be using Transportation Development Act. That's nothing that you have to apply for a grant? That's just...
That did happen, and
Okay.
it's a done, well, I'll say it's a done deal, but yes.
Okay.
It's there.
Okay, thank you for...
You're welcome. The Day Palm Drive from Vistachino to Chiva Drive, with respect to engineering professional services, we're looking at that to be reprogrammed out of that. So that's the $57,000. Then the new assessment district that was talked about earlier this afternoon, if the direction is that we continue on with that, then we would delete that from this. If y'all...
Can you just say that again? You kind of lost me.
Earlier this afternoon in the study session, when it was talked about, and at this point in time it was $40,000, what was presented to you, I believe, was a number that was almost $57,000. If you all want to move forward with that, and that's your direction, then we would add that $57,000 in, and we would delete this $40,000 cut, because that's what that was. So it would just be a matter of which way you all decide to go. But what we walked away with, and I was downstairs watching, but so maybe there was some other dialogue, but the takeaway was that you all will probably want to move forward with that for the assessment district effort that was briefed this afternoon.
Yeah, Kevin, when it comes to the new assessment district that we've been talking about, I'm for it. So even if $57,000 is not a lot of money, because as it was mentioned by one of the speakers, that we must move on with this project. It's been vacant for 60 probably years, and if we delay it another 2-3 years, if not even longer, right now I think the time to do it is now, because the property owners are willing and able to do this. If we hold on to this for 2-3 years, they might change their mind, and we have to start all over again. So for that particular item, I'm actually for it. So whatever changes I believe we have to make, depending on what the rest of the council decides, but I'm for actually keeping that item.
And based on the direction we received during the study session, that is the recommendation now, that we continue on with that project.
Thank you.
So if you accept our recommended plan, that will be in there.
Great.
So that 1.631896, we'll just drop that by 40K.
Okay.
And then when it comes back to you at a later date in an evening session, then that would become a budget adjustment. And if it's at the 57, it would be a budget adjustment for the 57. Any other questions on this slide? Then, Councilmember Ross, we get to the next slide, which hopefully will wet your whistle. And that is the Parks Improvement Project Plan. In the Parks Improvement Project Plan, and what you all approved back in May, we had two funding sources. We had the insurance fund for certain efforts that would be done to take care of ADA issues, American Disabilities Act issues. Those are still on the table. Those are still planned. We're not talking about that. This slide only talks about the general fund piece. So the general fund piece and recommendation would be tied to these four pieces. Century Park, the two items that were proposed in that plan, the Ocotillo Park outfield fence, the Panorama Park restroom security doors, similar to what's up above in Century Park, and the Town Square splash pad. We've already talked to you about that earlier this year in a previous session, that we're moving forward with the Gregory Espadas Fountain of Life, and we're working with that focus, and that's the $150,000 that we already had budgeted that we're going to move on with, but we've kind of parked anything with respect to that splash pad that had been initially thought of in the conceptual design for the northwest corner, and maybe at a later time do something in a neighborhood park was where most recently was left with us.
So let's just visit that. My recollection, and let's bang our two heads together and see if we can't come up with one, cohesive statement here. My memory was that we supported the town square splash pad as some futuristic plan for that area. We were right now focusing on the Fountain of Life and putting up a fence and doing some seating, but that wasn't in our budget, that $200,000. It was something we were going to bring back at a later time, but now it seems to show up as deducting it as if it's a benefit, but I don't ever...
It was in the budget, and that discussion was that, because by then Hurricane Hillary or Tropical Storm Hillary had already happened at that point, and you all made the decision, no, we're going to defer that. So it's on here, we can count that, but it was actually budgeted for $300,000, but 100 of it was from another source besides the general fund, so you're only seeing the 200 on here.
And that $100,000 was from the environmental fund, because Deanna, we were going to hopefully partner with the environment for recycling funds. So that $300,000 kind of got parked, because when we talked about in that effort about $900,000 for a neighborhood park, for like a Century Park that doesn't have any water feature today, the part of the discussion wasn't definitive and there was nothing decided, but part of that discussion was maybe that $300,000 would leave over here and go to like that, a big old neighborhood park, but that's something to come back and revisit at a later date.
That's how I remember it too. We were going to visit it at a later date. But okay.
Okay. Any other questions on parks improvement? So that gets you back to that $6.4 million that was a couple slides before. Moving on to the next portion or topic. Whenever we're going to take something away, we've got to come back and ask. Just has to be. So later this evening, you will receive a presentation on the Dream Homes Park. And when all is said and done in that staff report, that Dream Homes Park that's primarily comprised of that $8.498 million is grown from a dollar standpoint. And we're looking at about $11 million plus. And when you look at the various funding sources, once again, the environmental fund, there's going to be some funding that will come from the environmental fund. When you look at the different opportunity for funding sources, we're looking at about almost $2.5 million ask from the general fund. Keep in mind, when you hear that presentation later this evening, we won't spend that money this year. 9 women cannot make a baby in a month. You've heard that from me before. But that money will get spent next year, because in next year, that park needs to be completed by March 31st of 2025, according to the state. Because in order to have everything done, then they want a 90-day period for a soak period with respect to a punch list, because everything has to be signed, sealed, and delivered by June 30th of 2025. But we need to encumber those funds. We need your authorization to say, yay, verily, we're going to proceed with that and encumber those funds. Another ask is insurance. We've talked about this before, even dating back to earlier this summer. And we had a forewarning of it when we talked about it in passing the budget. The numbers that we had in our budget were based on what we knew then. Unfortunately, in that final month of June, that's when we actually start finding out where things are going to land from an insurance standpoint. And from an insurance standpoint, on what we had set aside for this year for the insurance fund, it's $875,000 more than that we've had to spend on insurance premiums. And we've talked about this before, and for the listening public or people that are in our chambers that haven't heard this before, what happens in the southeastern part of our country doesn't just affect the state of Florida when a hurricane comes up. It affects what goes on throughout the nation in insurance premiums. The same thing when we have wildfires in the state of California. That also impacts insurance premiums in the Midwest and on the East Coast. So part of this ask is that $875,000 is comprised of the bulk majority, the general fund, $832,000, and then another $42,000 from other funds. And you all are aware of this, that whenever we do something from an insurance standpoint, we send money from funds over to our insurance fund so that we can pay the bill. So it looks like a double hit, but it's really just sending money from one fund to another to pay for it. So in the end, that's why the general fund expenditures are $3.3 million. But then you'll see on the next slide where we actually tie back to an insurance hit for the insurance fund. But it's the same monies. In the graciousness of the people in this room, my colleagues, our other department heads that primarily public safety and public works, we incurred during this storm $56,000, almost $57,000 of overtime. We're not asking for that from you today, because right now we're looking to absorb that out of our existing budgets. The regular time is the regular time. That's already budgeted. This is the overtime piece. So right now, there isn't an ask for that. Any questions before we move on to road improvements? Does that make sense with respect to the asks? Thank you. So future road repairs, Charlie talked about earlier, it's part of the introduction in his earlier briefing, the potential for up to $6 million. And that's what we're talking about here with respect to. We have estimates, and on the next slide, you'll see different roadways that we're talking about and from the initial estimates. With respect to that, whether it's the potential for a full depth removal of the existing asphalt and base, disposal of any damaged sections, and reconstruction of those street sections. The total financial impact has been estimated to be almost $17 million. So if you kind of look at 17 million and you kind of say 2/3 and 1/3, you kind of come up with a number that hopefully we could get up to 2/3 from the Federal Highway Administration, Caltrans, from donations at the back door when people leave. We'll hit them up. Anywhere we can go get money, we will go get money. And so hopefully in the end, the impact to our general fund would be up to $6 million and hopefully less. So that's the best guess estimate right now with respect to that. On the next slide, you'll see what we're talking about. Varner Road between Palm Drive and Date Palm Drive. Date Palm Drive between Vista Chino and 30th Avenue. Vista Chino between Date Palm Drive and Panorama Road. Panorama between Date Palm Drive and Horizon. Los Gatos Road between Date Palm and Avenida La Vista. Avenida La Vista between Los Gatos and Adelina. And then in bold, a reminder of that assessment district funding that potentially is out there for Horizon Road between Vista Chino and Panorama Road, and Adelina Road between Date Palm Drive and Horizon Road, and any other streets that could be mustered up and dealt with for that almost $300,000 that we have set aside. And then within the city limits, within different areas, there could be any various alleyways or little roads that will be identified that could be impacted. So any questions there? Y'all are just way too quiet tonight, but we'll take it. It's a win. Road improvements, match funding changes. So we have identified on these next two slides 5 road improvement projects totaling almost $1.6 million that we're forecasting now will not use general fund monies as the funding source. And so this is where, and some of these you've heard about in the previous slide, but here's a little bit more detail about those. Cathedral Canyon Bike Lane and Sidewalk, that's one of those ATP 5s that you've heard about over and over. So this is the subsequent notification from RCTC with respect to the TDA funds, the Transportation Development Act funding, and we have a separate fund where we track that for that $270,000. So that will be the match, and we will not use general fund with your approval. HSIP 10, the HSIP 10, the Highway Safety Improvement Program for the pedestrian crossing at Ramon Road and Avenida La Paloma. That's coming in a little bit higher than what was planned and what was estimated. But out of the graciousness of their own hearts, Caltrans has identified that they will fund $383,000 of the $638,000. So that just leaves us with a $250K bogey to cover. So that 250K bogey, we're looking at funding out of the Measure A fund. But in order to fund that out of the Measure A fund, we're looking to defer Papaya and Sunny Lane Riaz and the Los Gatos drainage improvement. And before the hair on the back of your neck stands out straight on that second bullet, the goal with respect to Los Gatos drainage improvement is that that will be covered through Federal Highway or Caltrans grant funding. We're not going to lose sight of that. That doesn't go off the radar. But do we really need to spend general fund money for that when we have the hopes of being able to take care of that with a grant funding source? So those are the first two. And then the next three. HSIP 11. There are 4 pieces of that grant, and that grant totals $3.5 million. That's a woohoo. That's a big win. But there is city match funding of $391,000. And in the budget and the plans that you approved back in May, we identified those 4 pieces that the city match was unidentified because we didn't have a clue at that time where we were going to find those monies. So those four pieces to HSIP 11 are listed here, the pedestrian crosswalk upgrades at 18 different intersections, pedestrian signals at 2 intersections, signal hardware at 49 intersections, and significant improvements at 30th Avenue and San LJ intersection. So we will be able to use traffic safety funding for that match. No general fund impact. The fourth one, the Horizon and Adelina Roads, we've talked about that. That's that assessment district funding. And then if we have, based on when Engineering Public Works goes out for bid on that, they will have other impacted streets in priority order so that we can determine if we can do more than just the 2 that are in a horrific shape. And then the final one is the Varner Road design. So that 3.7 mile stretch from Palm Drive to Date Palm Drive, we have remnant RDA funds out there from when RDA existed back in 2011. That's how we have funded the match for like Date Palm Bridge widening that happened a few years ago. The Ophelia Bringus Bridge with respect to the match that was required for that. What's planned, Councilmember Gutierrez, when you talked about Ramon Road and the City of Palm Springs is the lead agency, our match portion of that comes from those dollars. Vista Chino, when Vista Chino Bridge happens, we have monies in there tied back to that. Those 6 interchanges that were done over these last almost 20 years, that's where those monies came from. Our match for those 6 interchanges came from those old RDA monies. So whenever there's something like this, we're able to tap into that when we can and shift things around. So that's what we're proposing to do here. That was planned to be $375,000 of general fund monies for these next 2 years. But based on the importance and the justification with respect to what's going on in that road and the call from that 3.7 mile stretch, and we know what happened from the storm and the flooding that happened, we can fund that design, and it's coming in not at the $750,000 over the next 2 years, but $592,000. So those are the 5 projects. Any questions on those? Fiscal impact. So when you look at the previous slides and where we stand, the $5.6 million that's already been authorized, the general fund savings from the deferrals, that 6.492, which will be adjusted downward by that 40K that we talked about. The total operational budget adjustments of 4.2, here's where that double hit shows up for the insurance fund. It's 3.3 from the general fund, 42,000 from other funds, and the 875,000 that gets paid for out of the insurance fund for our insurance. The potential for future roadway repairs could have an impact of the general fund up to $6 million. We know that that $6 million won't happen in the next 7.5 months. It may not happen in the next 19.5 months. But what we're doing is we're taking that $6 million and we're splitting it up into the current 2 fiscal years. $3 million this year, $3 million next year. And if things don't happen and there still is an impact, we'll just push that can down the road into subsequent years. So when you add it all up, the adds, the subtracts, you get to almost $8.5 million as a potential impact on the general fund.
Kevin?
Yes, sir.
Now, the $8.5 million that could possibly hit the general fund, now, does that include the deferments, the deferments that are going to be completed?
That includes, when you say the deferments, it's the deferments that were on that slide of the $1.6 million dollars and the $380,000 for the parks. That means right now they're off the table. They would come back to the table at a subsequent time, and depending upon if pennies come from heaven or wherever, and we do better, and we are able to tighten our belts a little bit more, or whatever, then we may have the opportunity later this year, next year, to come back and say, woohoo, we can potentially fund some of these projects, and here's our recommendations.
Thank you.
Other questions from council? No?
Oh, we've got more slides.
I know you do.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't know if anybody was...
So let's talk about deferrals, Councilmember Gutierrez, that don't have money amounts attached to them. But these are ideas that are out there, whether they were from strategic planning or things that we know as a result of studies that have taken place this year, that we know that recommendations will come out of that. So right now, as of this moment, with that almost $8.5 million, what we're looking at is that these items will be deferred and reassessed in the future. That goes back to when I said in the spring, next year, whenever. Facilities master plan, the facilities condition assessment, that was done, that was delivered this summer. And on a future study session, we'll be back to be able to talk about that. But right now, with respect to that, and the vendor, mass companies, if you'll remember, they identified for our 18 facilities that they've identified, they have looked at the next 10 years, and they've categorized different types of items in those 10 years of what could, should be done. Some of those things, Eddie and I, we actually have talked about this within the last few weeks. We're going to go through that and fit some time here now in the next couple of weeks to identify what kinds of things can we part and parcel that we can potentially do ourselves. Or even if it's small stuff that if we use one of our existing vendors that we already have a contract with, is it little cherry picking that we can do so that we can at least take what's in that master spreadsheet and we can tie back to checking a few things off. But there are some significant items in there that we will want to bring back to you. But right now, none of that from a material dollar standpoint is planned in there because we just don't, with the storm, it's not there. Likewise, there was a facilities master plan phase 2. And if you remember when we tied back to the $150,000 for the Gregory S. Pettis Fountain of Life improvements that you all approved, we said we had a $150K bogey in there for either that or to start the phase 2 of the facilities master plan. Obviously, you all have opted to go with the former. So this part 2 of the phase 2 of the master plan, that's on hold. Likewise, to complement the first bullet with respect to the facilities condition assessment, we have 4 proprietary funds. You're all aware of them. There are the equipment replacement, the insurance, the technology, and last but not least, the facilities fund. So the way that we send monies over to the insurance fund for CalPERS and or OPEB, it would be nice to be able to have an annual allocation to the facilities fund because this even dates back to when that original reserve study was done back in 2017. It'd be nice to be able to have money set aside over in the facilities fund to take care of significant improvements because our facilities age, just like we age. Our facilities age. Oh, I know. You don't get a hall pass on that, Councilmember Ross. Likewise, an equipment replacement fund allocation because yes, we have equipment, we depreciate that equipment, but what happens sometimes when we depreciate that equipment, whether it's over 7 years, 10 years, 15 years, what we depreciated was that cost then. Well, when it comes time to replace that 7, 10, or 15 years later, it really costs more because guess what? Things got crazy after COVID, and the prices have gone up if you haven't read the memo. I mean, so the bottom line is we're looking at trying to have some additional funding allocation to go to the equipment replacement fund. That's on hold. The concept of an entryway monument study that was out there with respect to looking at what we've done over the years, we've had different iterations in the 17 years that I've been here, but different iterations of what our entryway monuments look like, and tied to that, a study. That's on hold. IT master plan, with respect to that, like the facilities master plan, we have a third-party vendor, Client First, who's actually doing the IT master plan. What we understand is that we could have recommendations as early as January. And as a result of those recommendations, once again, it will be a matter of looking at those recommendations, what can be cherry-picked, what can be shifted in what is planned for the rest of this year or next year, or are there things that may just have to be put on hold? But right now, at this juncture, we don't have any new dollars planned for as a result of any recommendations that come from the IT master plan. And then finally, and I'm sure there's others out there as well, the compensation and classification study that was planned for this year. Right now, the concept on that is that's on hold. But then if you look at what we have below there, city staff, city management, department heads, working with their division managers, we will be looking at our current staffing and looking at our contract labor to identify opportunities for potential cost savings and or efficiencies. We'll be looking at
What is your hope on that last one? What do you think, from talking to other directors and development heads, what do you think?
They're going to tighten their belts just like they're going to tighten their belts just like they absorbed that $56,000, and they're going to figure out how they can make life better.
I think we'll get $250,000 to $300,000 in savings out of that, primarily from holding a few vacancies and reshuffling the deck on a few.
So we're not looking at any layoffs?
No, absolutely not. And I was clear, I met with...
everybody listening and everybody...
Thank you, let me reiterate that. And we met with all employees this morning. You know, like when there's a recession and your revenues are going down, that's the kind of thing you need to cut, ongoing expenses. This is not an ongoing expenses issue. This was a dramatic and sudden and unplanned drawdown of our fund reserves. That's what we need to store. So we don't need to do ongoing operating
And in fairness,
costs.
I just thought that last...
But that doesn't mean we're
vague.
going to ignore opportunities to be more efficient and better and get some savings that way. So that's the point of that bullet.
And I think if you look at the next sentence, the final sentence there, Councilmember Ross, it's looking at current position vacancies or positions budgeted in the second year and the evaluation of whether they should be funded or if they should be deferred. I think that kind of sizes it up to potentially get to that number, or maybe even a higher number than what the city manager just touted.
Okay. Makes sense.
Questions?
Questions? Anybody have any questions? No.
We're almost there. So, and you'll see some of this in the next slide and final slide, and that is what we have for the next year, for year 2 of the budget, we have still included the CalPERS allocation and the OPEB allocation. And back to Councilmember Gregory, that ties back to, we only cut those from year 1. We still have them planned for year 2. In addition, it ties back to a couple of items that have been discussed before, but here it's more explicit on the insurance. It would only be prudent for us to share with you that in year 2 of the budget, we should include at least that $875,000 that we're having to have this year as an impact, because guess what? It's not going down. The cost of insurance will at least be that. We don't really have any indication. We have our first meeting with our insurance provider as a mid-year review in December, the week before the holidays. In between Thanksgiving and the Christmas, New Year's holiday timeframe. So we may have some initial indications there after our first dialogue. But it's prudent to include that $875,000.
Kevin, can you tell us how many different types of insurances do we have?
Back on 4 or 5 slides before, cyber, we have property, general liability. We have workers' comp, that's an insurance. There's like 7 or 8, and I can send you what all 7 or 8 they are, but I've just identified 4 or 5 off the top of my head.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then likewise, the future roadway repairs, the 3 million and the 3 million. So we've spread that, the 3 million that we've done for this year and the 3 million for year 2 of the budget. So now we have similar slide to what you saw in the opening portion of this presentation. And that is the first column, the 58%, the second column, the 53%. Those have not changed. That is our preliminary financial results. Just as an FYI, we sent our preliminary financial document, I always get confused because it used to be called the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. Now it's the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. It's an ACFR, but we're not supposed to use the acronym. So we've sent the ACFR off to our auditors last Friday. They're in a 3-week mode right now where they're reviewing and they're figuring things out to find out how good we were or if they need to slap us around a little bit and make changes. But we're almost there, and that will be published hopefully by the middle of December. So that 58% will know where we stand and what that real number is, but we're pretty close, I'm sure. 53% from the original budget. So now if you tie back to the last 2 columns, what we had on the slide when we first started this presentation for our 23-24 projection, we had 38% based on what we've discussed here with you all this evening. That 38% now looks like a number that shows up as 44%. And then likewise, for next year, to include that additional insurance that we talked about, to include the 3 million spread between the 2 years, that 33% looks like 41%. So that's where we stand today. That's our story, and we're sticking to it.
Good job. Good job. Any questions from council? No? Okay. Thank you,
Well, not
Kevin.
so much questions. I do want to thank city management and staff for their hard work on this. I know we all wish we didn't need to make these expenditures and that we were able to keep all of our funds flowing and make our pay downs on our unfunded liability like we had hoped. But you can see there's a lot of work in here because especially where we're going to continue to do some of the planned projects that are important, like our Dream Homes Park and our ETP projects, and those types of projects, especially in that they're important for the city because of what they'll produce, but they're also, they represent a lot of grant money that the money that we have to put in is a smaller portion. But if we weren't able to move forward, we would lose the grant money, and we wouldn't also have the projects at all and have to start back from scratch. And many of these took many years to get the grants going. Some of them, of course, many of them we've already spent money on as far as contracts, right-of-way, engineering, plans, and those kind of things, and that would all be lost. So although we need to reduce the general fund, a lot of these, where you can see you're shifting around to use Measure A or to use increases in the RCTC funding that comes through, formula funding that comes through, those types of things. I'm sure that wasn't easy to identify, so looking one by one, I tend to agree with the projects that you move forward and agree with the ones that are deferred, although we would like to look at those as we can. And I am, and again, encouraged by what you're saying as funding becomes available, staff's plan is to evaluate importance and the ability to move some of these other deferred expenditures forward. And so just by looking at this, you can tell that staff put a lot of work into this.
It was a true collaboration. It just didn't originate in finance. It was a true collaboration from city management all the way across.
I believe, yeah, because a lot of this looks like it was very creative and must have taken, some work to evaluate, can we use these funds instead of general funds and those type of things. So I would congratulate staff for that. One thing that I don't see that I'm just curious of is we are required to do a certain amount of maintenance of effort expenditures, as you mentioned before, out of general fund every year to maintain our SB1 funding in particular.
We will still exceed that.
Right, and okay, that's what I just wanted to confirm because I didn't see that. And I know we do have some flexibility that you can make up in future years, and I think we have maybe we went into this ahead because we haven't done some maintenance of effort spending. But that was my question. But if you're on top of that and making sure that we're still in our MOE target, that would be a good thing.
We are, and I can actually share with you because we're going through our RCTC audit today and tomorrow. And one of the things that we have from that maintenance of effort, which is a much lower maintenance of effort than the SB1, the 12 cent a gallon maintenance of effort, that one they allow us to carry over infinity. So we have quite a savings bank account that if the world fell apart tomorrow, at least from an RCTC standpoint,
that's for Measure A,
we
right?
would be fine for Measure A, and we would be able to chug along for 5 to 7 years.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good because that means we have been spending more than we had to on road projects. That just shows there that we have been making that commitment. So, all right. Thank you again, Kevin and staff, for all of your work in getting us here, and thank you for clearing that up.
Thank you.
Nice job. And thank you for those comments, Councilman Gregory. Any other questions? You can open up to the public for comments. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Terry Applegate.
I'm going to take some liberty and lump my comments because there's a number of construction project agenda items, and I thought it would be best to just speak under this. So many of you know that I'm an occupational therapist. There's a few professions that I wish that agencies and businesses would consider consulting with, and one of them is packaging, and another one is engineering. Recently, the Duval Road project on Duval and Ramon happened like a week and a half ago or a couple weeks ago. And I was very concerned. That's one of the routes that I take to go to work, and it's 7:30 in the morning, the lights are flashing, and cars are crazy, and people trying to make left turns. The sun is in our eyes, and there's a pedestrian trying to cross the street. I rolled down my window, and I signaled to him to go, and he said, "I can't. Nobody else is paying attention." And I think it's very easy for us as a community to just say, okay, so the light's blinking, that means everybody's going to pay attention and stop. That's a major intersection. We've got a high school, we've got a number of people that are walking their dogs, and it's not a simple thing. And I noticed the other projects that are coming up are also corridors where there's a lot of pedestrians, and I think that as a city, we need to think about that. As well as right now, the Date Palm construction is going on. I don't know if the businesses have been consulted, but that's also impacting them. And I think as a community, we can do a lot better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any other public comments?
I don't have any other requests to speak forms, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment on this item, please raise your hand. I don't see any hands, Mayor.
Great, and thank you again, Kevin, for that comprehensive report. Really appreciate that. And this is a presentation only for discussion and direction. There's no formal action. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. Will the city clerk read the consent agenda items?
Item number 4A is to waive full reading of ordinances on the agenda. Item number 4B is the minutes approval of October 25th, 2023. Item number 4C is to adopt a resolution approving the installation of a multi-way stop control at the intersection of Duval Drive and McCallum Way as proposed and funded by the City of Rancho Mirage. Item number 4D is to accept a gift in the amount of $50,000 from Grizzly Entertainment for a drone light show at the 9th Annual Cathedral City International Hot Air Balloon Festival. Item number 4E was removed. 4F is a notice of completion for Via Dianza Street Improvements Project, Phase 2, Capital Improvement Project number 8835. And item number 4G is to authorize staff to purchase 5 2024 Chevrolet Tahoe PPVs from Quality Chevrolet of Escondido for $279,185.15, including estimated sales tax. Also to include the upfitting of emergency lighting from Dana Safety Supply for $90,426.56, included estimated sales tax for a total cost of $369,611.71. And that concludes the consent agenda.
Great, thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to make a comment on the consent agenda?
I have a couple.
Thank you.
The first one is Nick Andros. You wanted to comment on one of the consent agenda items. You had mentioned you wanted to comment on one of the consent agenda items. Go ahead and speak.
Thank you. Hello. I've never been to one of your meetings here, and I did live in Cathedral City before, but I'm actually a resident of Rancho Mirage now, and I'm here just to thank you on behalf of the other residents of Tuscany, which is the other side of Duval that's in our situation here. And so I'm glad to see it finally coming to the end. And before the chief goes anywhere, I hope he'll help, I don't know if it's Detective Espinoza, I guess your counterpart with Rancho Mirage, to try to slow down or maybe have something, the stop sign is going to help the traffic on Duval, but to maybe, you know, it says 45, but I've gone 50, sometimes a little more just to see, and they're passing me up like I'm standing still. And I know that that'll help with the stop sign, but, you know, if you could work with him. I haven't had a meeting with him yet, but that's another thing we're going to talk about. And so that was, you know, pretty much it. I was going to ask you about the, it says the project was going to be funded by the City of Rancho Mirage, so I don't know, how does everything work? Because it's like some things, I found out that half the street is Cathedral and half is Rancho's. And where I came from, all the streets were one city or the other. So you didn't have that issue of trying to have to deal with two different, because this all started back in December is when I brought it up to Lynn Mulatto, which I'm sure some of you know, and she's a very conscientious woman. She really took the ball and ran with it. And then Ryan Stendhal with Public Works. And I just wondered how, like, if they're paying for this, does Cathedral City not have any part of that, but yet they still need their approval? Is that how that works?
You might want to talk with John Corella.
Yes, and we do.
On the way out.
Oh, okay.
We'll refer you.
So
Thank
I
you. You
just
just have
wondered
your
how-
3 minutes for your public
Yeah,
comments.
and people have asked, because I was involved with that, about that corner that's on the Cathedral side, isn't, you know, there's no curbing or anything. Whose property is that? Is that something to do with the Indian
And you can
land?
talk to
That-
Mr. Correll
Okay.
after the meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Are there any other public comments?
Brad Anderson.
Thank you.
Hi, Brad Anderson, City of Rancho Mirage. I wanted to speak on item 4C, and this is all interesting. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. I sent an email to, I think it got to the city? No. Yeah, it was pretty detailed too. I was way ahead of the game. It never came back to me, so I assumed it was here. I can resend it, but it's after the fact, I guess. But I brought up some good points. Apparently, like the gentleman ahead of me said, that it was for speed. Speed racing, or what do you call it? Speed racing? Drag racing? Whatever they do it when they race down the highways. And then the city manager at the meeting that I attended also said it was about kids going to school. But that was never established, never spoken about again. So I have my suspicions that may not be accurate. I was for it just because, yes, we want the kids to cross the street safely with crosswalks. But I rescinded my prior approval of that, not that it matters. But I'm concerned because we have a gated community in the city of Rancho Mirage that wants an easy way in and an easy way out for the residents, bottom line. And if it is about speed racing, putting a stop sign is not the answer. Everybody's going to have to suffer more pollution because of stop and go traffic. So that's not the issue. The issue is like you did on Ramon or Dinosaur with the crosswalks. Have one crosswalk. If it really is about the kids, let's go down to the Century, down to the park down there, because the city of Rancho Mirage runs a sidewalk all the way down there, and put a crosswalk with a possible flashing light. City of Rancho Mirage can pay for that, sure. Let them do that. But to make everybody stop at an intersection for nothing other than a private gated community to have easy access in and out, that's how I see it. And I don't think that's in the city's best interest. At this time. Maybe later on when you get the Duval exit on I-10 and traffic increases along that way, yeah, let's go ahead and do something then. But and I noticed last night the city pays for all the traffic, no, not the traffic lights, but all the street lights on that street. I mean, the city of Rancho Mirage has no street lights. If it is an issue with nighttime racing, I guess racing is the answer word. Yes, probably it is a factor, but again, putting a stop sign is not the answer to that. It's already illegal to do that. So anyway, I just wanted to say that you can do whatever you want, but I think everybody's going to pay for something that a gated community desires, and that's all they have. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Good night.
Any other public comments?
I don't have any other requests to speak forms, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to comment on any of the consent agenda items, please raise your hand. And I see no hands raised.
Are there any other comments from council, or are we ready for a motion?
There's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Carnevale and a second by Mayor Lamb, and the motion carries all ayes.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to legislative actions. A, award construction contract to Urban Habitat for the construction of Dream Homes Park City Project number 7021, bid number 23-55E. May we have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and you heard a preview of this when we were going through the budget items, and so the funding has been identified to do this through that action, and Andres Perez from our engineering department is going to present the construction award recommendation to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. City Manager, for the introduction. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Again, Andres Perez, and I'll be presenting the award of a construction contract for the Dream Homes Park. Now, as a reminder, the park is situated on a vacant lot in the Dream Homes neighborhood. It is just north of San Diego Drive, between Mia and Chia Place, and adjacent to the Seaview Link Trail and Whitewater Channel. Now, as our city manager and Mr. Versack mentioned earlier, a key funding source for the project is the Proposition 68 Romford Grant, which opened in 2020. Now, the city applied and was awarded just nearly $2,000 shy of the maximum amount in December of 21, and as a reminder, the park opening deadline is for March 2025. Now, continue on, the state issued a notice to proceed for design and construction, and the design and engineering phase completed in September, and we are now in the midst of wrapping up the project bidding phase. Also, some further background and reminder, City Council has approved the following consultants and purchases or contract award for the 6-foot high perimeter wall and cooperative purchasing items such as your shade structures, playground equipment, etc. Now, in the slide in front of you shown is the concept plan, which serves as the basis for design and will continue to provide an aid for the construction of the project. Now, with the design complete, staff issued a invitation to bid for the project in September. It was advertised in the Editor Sun, advertised on the city website, as well as the Planet Paintworks plan room. And the bid opening date took place just 31 days later, and we received one bid from Urban Habitat located in La Quinta, California, for the amount of $6.45 million. Now, this is less than our engineer's estimate, and staff has determined that the bid is a responsive and responsible bidder. Now, the one bid is accepted by the state grant funding process, and staff had decided not to rebid due to the time-sensitive requirements for the grant deadline, and the review of the bid was in line with their engineer's estimate. And if we do rebid the project, there's potential in increasing the price. Now, the advantage from this bid from Urban Habitat is the contractor can perform both the perimeter wall and park project simultaneously. Now, also included in our project bid as an additive alternate is the construction of a second community connector that connects the Dream Homes Park to the Sebring Trail. Currently, there is one existing connector off of Mia Place. CVAG recently received funding for a second connector, and during our design phase, we decided to add the connector at the top or just north of the Central Plaza. Now, the bid results for this connector, based on the additive alternative, came in at $446,000. We're also having CVAG reimburse us for cost of constructing a Sebring pathway, which extends the path of travel from the from the community connector down to the loading or drop-off zone of the park. We're also adding a 15% contingency for a total of $534,000, and a memorandum of understanding will be executed with CVAG to reimburse the city 100% of the construction cost for the before-mentioned items. Also, in your staff report is a request to extend the services for MRB Consulting. MRB Consulting provides essential grant services for the park, and based off the task order, these services concluded at the project bid phase, which would essentially end tonight. We're recommending to extend these services throughout construction and close out and roll over the remaining amount into this amendment. So, fiscal impact. Here's a look at our incrementals for design and professional services. Our total amount is just shy of $729,000. The construction cost for the park, including the Sebring connector, contingency, and future expenses, is 10.8, or just shy of $10.9 million. Now, the cost summary for the park for design and construction is just over $11.6 million.
Oh my gosh.
Now, our funding sources for the park, again, we have the Prop 68 grant, funding the reimbursement from the Coachella Valley Association of Governments, and we also have found efforts to use the Environmental Conservation Fund. Our total funding for the park is $9.1 million, and we will require a general fund amendment of $2.48 million, as Mr. Versak mentioned earlier. Now, this park is in line with our 5-year strategic plan, a Goal B, community investment. And thus, as detailed in your staff report, staff recommends City Council award a construction contract to Urban Habitat for the amount of just under $6.9 million for the construction of the Dream Homes Park, a budget amendment of $2.4 million from the general fund, approve the Sebring connector and concrete pathway in the amount of $534,000, approve the funding from the Environmental Conservation Fund, approve the task order amendment extending MRB Consulting services, and authorize the city manager to execute the required contract documents, and authorize the city engineer to request bonds and insurance for the park. And with that, this concludes my presentation. I would like to hand it back to you, Honorable Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Andres. And we have questions. And Councilman Gregory's going to kick us off here.
All right, thank you for your continued work on this very important project here in the city. So this looks like this is the largest amount or largest contract to take in all of the work, but you didn't really say it, but it is in the list of future expenses. This does not include a restroom or storage facility, correct?
The current construction contract is just for the park, but we are including in our request from the general fund the expense to cover the restroom and other items, the DWA services.
So you say it's just for the park. See, part of the fun being on council is you put out these things to bid, and sometimes you add and subtracts, not you personally, but the city adds and subtracts items, and then we don't see the bid. We're getting this back, and it's, unless you can kind of deduce what's in here, apparently the restroom building is taken out. If you look at the drawing, one would assume, since we're awarding the construction of the park, we've already awarded the wall, so we know it doesn't include the wall. Separately, we have approved some individual cooperative purchasing items, but it looks like the restroom and the storage building has also at some point been taken out.
The overall, let me go back to the slide. So within our total construction cost, we are setting aside, bring it up here.
Yes, $585,000.
Yes. And we will come back to council to authorize this purchase, and we're still fine-tuning the design of the restroom storage facility.
All right. Am I just forgetting, or was that something that the council approved before, was to take the restroom and storage building out and separately bid it? Do we know? Or did staff make that decision and then just include it in the bid?
I don't recall it.
I don't recall it
The
either.
restroom was always intended to be a buy-board purchase, which is how we've been purchasing all the restrooms. The reason you haven't seen a restroom, we were ready to purchase it, but we've had some real challenges with restrooms.
So I remember that discussion about different designs of the restroom than what was initially thought. I don't remember discussion that it was going to be taken out of the construction of the rest of the park and somehow bid separately, but maybe I'm...
No, it was never intended that this contractor would provide the restroom. It was always going to be a buy-board. The contractor is going to build all the underlayment, as we've done in all the other parks. We've done it for the amphitheater, we did it at Ocotillo. The contractor builds all the utilities underneath it, and the restroom company comes either as 2 or 3 pieces, puts it down, or they bring it on a pallet and they just build it.
So it's anticipated that it'll be a pre-manufactured type building?
It will be a pre-manufactured, whether it's at the factory or on site.
Well, I'm not trying to imply anything, but I wasn't on the council when the Ocotillo Park was approved. I wasn't on the council when the amphitheater park, that part of it was approved. And so somehow I think that was left out of the discussion because everybody on your end, on your side, assumed that we knew that somehow the restroom was going to be separate. And I do remember discussions about potential changes. So let me ask you then. So we have $585,000 set aside for a restroom and storage facility, and we're already approving a budget increase here. Where do we get that estimate? And are we confident that that's going to be what it's going to cost for that portion, or are we likely to have another increase?
Unless something drastic occurs, right now they have preliminarily seen how we want to change the restroom. We got some estimates.
Who's preliminarily seen it?
The restroom company.
Oh, so you're working with the restroom company.
Oh, yeah. We had an estimate already from them way back in August of a different style of restroom.
Okay.
Now we're fine-tuning it as we're seeing security and vandalism challenges, and we're seeing other people, change gears and do the restrooms a little differently. So we put it back on them. They said, yep, let's look at this, and it's going to probably cost about this much more. There's contingency also in the park budget, so we're not going to, hopefully, we're not going to exceed that, and there's a little cushion.
So
there.
what's the timeline to award the restroom?
Fairly quick, you will see this back here once
Okay.
we get the spec drawings for it.
Again, I think this is a very important project for the city, and I want to make sure that it's done and done correctly. My concern, which I'm sure you share, is that we get to the end thinking we've dug in all our pockets and gone under the seat cushions and found every piece of change that we can to pay for everything, and then oops, the restroom building, which is important, was not included in the original bid, and then we find out it becomes much more expensive, and then we have to make more hard choices.
Definitely haven't forgot the restroom building.
All right.
I'm getting older, so that's something I don't forget.
Well,
either.
but again, and this isn't just a swag guess as to the cost. You have some confidence at least it'll be in that neighborhood.
We're in the hard cost area right now.
Okay, good. That's what we wanted to hear. Just real quickly, what is the California Conservation Corps? It's a future expense. What are they going to be doing as part of the project?
They're going to provide some, as a requirement in the grant, we need to include some landscape work for them within our park construction. So in our grant, we budgeted $70,000, and that's what's going to be built for the
So
park.
it's primarily scrub removal and landscaping? that type of
Landscape,
thing?
planting, tree, yeah.
Okay.
Things of that
All right.
nature, so.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
And you brought up a good point, Councilman Gregory. When you talk about the timeline for the budget for the restrooms, and you said it's rather quickly, like would be by the end of this year? Is it through June of next year? I mean, what does very quickly mean?
In government, it's not that fast.
The timeline is rather quickly. We had an update meeting this week with the restroom company, and they're working on getting me a updated design by end of next week. So I should have I would definitely come back to you within the next month or so.
Okay, good. Thank you. Councilman Gutierrez.
Thank you. If this is approved by council, when do you estimate construction will begin?
We want to get construction started as soon as possible so we can meet, again, we're on a bit of a time crunch, again, with the requirement to be completed by March of 2025. So we'll work with the contractor to get them out there as soon as possible, review submittals, and they also make them aware of the time-sensitive issue for the project. So.
And like you mentioned, this must be completed by March 2025.
Yes.
Right. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And Councilman Ross, thank you.
You explained it, but I need a follow-up on it. I don't quite understand. So you have this California Conservation Corps future expense of $70,000 for landscaping. How much landscaping?
The landscape in the proposal.
I mean, it's certainly not all of the landscaping. It's a lush park that's, full of trees and plants and grass. It's well exceeds 70,000. What does that 70,000 buy?
So it's not a landscaping, as they'll be providing the trees.
Let me make it easier. What percentage of the landscaping is this $70,000?
Oh, now it's not a significant portion at all. I need to compare it to the project bid item, and I don't have that on me right now.
Can you help me a little more than that?
As part of these grants, and we have another upcoming ATP grant that requires us to utilize the California Conservation Corps. In this case, it gave us points to utilize their services. So when it comes to it, they're going to work with the contractor in spots where they can come in there and do basically I shouldn't say, I don't want to diminish it, the medium to low-grade labor on getting landscaping done. So the
explain to me
planting of
then,
trees
why is it important?
and
Why is that
clearing and
important
grubbing.
then? Why is it important that we get the California Conservation Corps? I mean, who says you need to use those to get points, and why is there such an impetus behind them
It's
to do
actually-
low-level stuff?
It's actually written into the grants.
No, I understand that, but where is the impetus? I mean, $70,000 isn't that much money, but it's more than we all make in a year. I don't really understand what the impetus for using them is, even for the grant.
So is this just part of the state mechanism that for grant making of state monies, now they're requiring each grantee, or at least giving you enough points that wins you the grant if you use the California Conservation Corps for a certain amount of work on each of the projects?
And it builds an organization that's building.
And I wasn't aware of that
youth.
either, so but I'm getting from what you're saying that this is kind of a California thing where they're promoting the California Conservation Corps by making sure they have enough work by getting them to be part of a lot of these projects.
Giving youth that experience in these construction projects. And there's a number of Conservation Corps legs in Southern California. So there's one in San Bernardino and there's one in the Coachella area. So
I will end with a Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much, and now we'll open it up to public comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Andres.
So I don't have any request to speak forms for this item, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment, please raise your hand. I see no hands raised, Mayor.
Great. Are there any other comments from council, or are we ready for a motion?
There's a motion by Councilmember Gutierrez and a second by Councilmember Gregory, and the motion carries all ayes.
Perfect. We'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay, this is your 30-second warning. Okay, we're moving on to legislative item B, award contracts for HSIP Cycle 10, pedestrian crossing on Ramon Road and Candlewood Drive.
So, Mayor, I'll be recusing myself from this discussion because I have a financial interest in property through my family trust in the very close proximity to this proposed project.
Thank you.
And Mayor, members of the council, this is one that you've also been dealing with for quite some time.
Right.
You had the demonstration of the fences in here one night and all of that. So that has finally come around, and Andrew Lee is going to present this item to you. We're ready to award the contract to construct this. And this is one of the ones where the funding sources was identified in the budget discussion earlier as well.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, tonight I'll be presenting the award of contracts for the ASIP Cycle 10 pedestrian crossing on Ramon Road and Candlewood Drive. Starting off with some background, in March 21, the city was awarded a Highway Safety Improvement Program, Cycle 10 grant, for the different phases of the Ramon Road pedestrian crossing project. February 2022, City Council awarded a professional services agreement to complete the plan specification and estimates for this project. June of this year, the final plan specification and estimates were completed, and the request for allocation of HSIP funding was submitted to Caltrans, and this request was approved on August 1st. And so the award of contracts tonight will be for the construction and the construction engineering phase of the project. So here is the project location. The project will be located on Ramon Road from Landau Boulevard to Whispering Palms Trail. Shown in red is the location of the median fencing, and shown in blue is where the pedestrian crossing will go. And there will be some ancillary improvements like ADA curb ramps and curb gutter improvements to accommodate the crossing. Yes.
Now, the fencing that's going to be installed, that is not going to be installed to affect the landscaping, which is the palm trees. From what I see, the red lines are showing the fencing, if I'm correct, that are going to be installed on the south side of the median.
Yes, that's how it looks on this image, but none of the plants in the medians will be removed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the contractor will work to install the median fencing without affecting the landscaping in the medians.
Great, that was my concern. Thank you.
Okay. So the invitation to bid was advertised on August 23rd in the Desert Sun, Planet Printworks, and the Cathedral City website. And then on September 14th, the bid opening was held here at City Hall. 2 bids were received, and Elecnor Belco Electric Incorporated from Chino, California had the lowest responsive bid. So with the construction bids received being higher than the HSIP grant funding amount, city staff requested for additional funds to Caltrans in September. In October, Caltrans notified city staff that Caltrans will provide 2/3 of the additional funds through the HSIP grant funding, and the additional 1/3 would need to be provided by the city. So now going into the construction engineering portion, the awarded HSIP grant included funding for construction engineering, and that was to ensure compliance with all state-funded HSIP requirements. And so the scope of work for this construction engineering includes labor compliance monitoring and enforcement, inspection, and material testing. So the request for qualifications and proposals was first advertised on September 6th in the Desert Sun and the Cathedral City website. On September 20th, the submittal deadline, was on September 20th, and 4 proposals were received, and these proposals were reviewed and evaluated by city staff. From the results of the evaluation, TKE Engineering from Riverside was the highest ranked consulting company, and their cost proposal is just over $51,000. So the total cost of the construction of this project, including the construction engineering, with a 20% contingency, totals to just over $1.3 million. The HSIF grant provided funding for these 2 phases of the project totals $1.09 million. And so with that, the additional funds required is in the amount of $250,000, which will come from the Los Gatos project, which was covered earlier. And so with that, city staff requests to award a construction contract to Elecnor Belco, award a professional services agreement to TKE Engineering, approve a 20% contingency for both contracts, bringing the total construction budget for this project to $1,340,100, and authorize a budget amendment in the amount of $250,000, and authorize the city manager and city engineer to execute their respective documents. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'll hand it back to you, Honorable Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. This is going to be a wonderful project. Any questions from council?
Yes. So construction is expected to start in March of 2024.
Okay.
And expected to be completed by November of 2024.
Nice. Great. Any other questions? Any questions from public? Thank you, Andrew. Looking forward to this.
I don't have any request to speak forms for this item, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to comment, please raise your hand. And I don't see any hands raised, Mayor.
If there are no other questions from council, we're ready for a motion.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Gutierrez and a second by Councilmember Ross, and the motion carries all ayes.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Glad you're back. And item C, award contracts for ATP Cycle 5, Cathedral Canyon Drive Sidewalk and Multi-Use Trail, and Date Palm Drive Expansion.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, and City Council members. Tonight, I'll be presenting the award of contracts for the ATP Cycle 5 projects. Starting off with background, April of 2021, the city was awarded an active transportation program, Cycle 5 grant, for the construction of East Palm Canyon Bike Lanes Project, Cathedral Canyon Drive Sidewalks and Multi-Use Trail Project, and Date Palm Drive Expansion Project. The city was also awarded an SB 821 grant, which is that TDA grant that was covered earlier, for the Cathedral Canyon Drive Sidewalks and Multi-Use Trail Project. In July of this year, the request for allocation of ATP grant funding for construction was approved by the California Transportation Commission. And just a reminder, in October of this year, City Council awarded the construction contract for the East Palm Canyon Bike Lanes project. So this agenda item tonight is just for the Cathedral Canyon and Date Palm segments of this project. So starting off with the Cathedral Canyon project, this project will be located on Cathedral Canyon Drive from Dinosaur Drive to Canyon Shores. And it will include installation of a bicycle lane, multi-use trail, a high-intensity activated crosswalk or a hawk crossing, as well as pavement striping, markings, signage, and some ancillary improvements. The second project is the Dave Palm Drive expansion project, and it will be located on Dave Palm Drive from East Palm Canyon Drive to Perez Road. And this project will include also a bicycle lane, the widening of the North Cathedral City stormwater channel bridge, as well as the ancillary improvements. So the invitation to bid was first advertised on September 20th in the Desert Sun, Planet Printworks, and the Cathedral City website. The bid opening was held here at City Hall on October 19th. 3 bids were received, with Riverside Construction Company from Riverside being the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. For the construction engineering phase of this project, it was to ensure compliance with all state-funded ATP project requirements, and the scope of work includes construction management, labor compliance monitoring and enforcement, inspection, and material testing. So this RFQP was first advertised on August 31st in the Desert Sun and the Cathedral City website. And the submittal deadline was on September 21st, with 4 proposals received by the city. Again, these proposals were reviewed and evaluated by the city, and from the evaluation, Falcon Engineering Services was ranked the highest consulting company, and their cost proposal was just shy of $150,000. So the total construction and construction engineering support cost with a 15% contingency is in the amount of $4,600,000, just over $4.6 million. The grant funding received that is available for construction from the ATP Cycle 5 grant, as well as the SB 821 grant, is in the amount just over $4.4 million. And so with that in mind, the additional funds required for this project will be just shy of $180,000. And so city staff is requesting that the City Council award a construction contract to Riverside Construction Company, award a professional services agreement to Falcon Engineering Services, approve a 15% contingency, bringing the total construction budget for this project to $4,638,872, authorize a budget allocation amendment in the amount of $179,496, and authorize the city manager and city engineer to execute their respective documents. And that concludes my presentation, and I'll hand it back to you, Honorable Mayor.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. And we have questions we'll start with Councilmember Ross.
Andrew, thank you so much. You always give such a nice presentation. I wish I didn't have any questions, but it's just along the way, I guess I've asked this person and that person and this person, and now I can't remember what's going on. So I'm going to ask you just about the Cathedral Canyon side. You're going to have a bicycle lane as well as a walking path?
Yes, the bicycle lane will go on the east side.
The east side, okay.
And the multi-use trail will be on the west side.
See, even when I ask here.
Okay, I'll defer to the director, and the multi-use trail will go on the east side, and the bicycle lane will go on the west side.
Okay, and do you have to acquire any private property in doing this?
So the right-of-way was acquired already. It was brought before City Council to acquire the right-of-way from the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians.
I'm a little stumped by that. So on the Cathedral Canyon side, you've got like Canyon Shores and Cathedral Canyon Country Club and the Canyon. Those are all private, aren't they?
Yes, we won't be going into their right-of-way.
Well, that is the east side.
Yeah.
That's already there right away? All of it is? All the way up to the brick wall, up to the the wall?
The scope of the project is all within the city right-of-way.
Okay.
The pieces that weren't in the city right-of-way that were acquired from the Ocoee Band of Indians, that is now city right-of-way.
So then that's great, because this will probably answer the next question very easily. You'll be taking advantage of this opportunity to remove all the grass and make it desert-friendly?
So that is not in this project, but we will be working with the HOAs if they wish, with the construction of this project, if they wish to remove their grass landscaping and put in desert landscaping, they'll have an opportunity to do so.
Okay, go back with my little brain again here. So if you're doing this on the east side of the street, you're putting in, on the east side, it's the sidewalk. It's the east side of the sidewalk, right?
Voltage show, yeah.
Yeah, so don't you have to come into the grass? Because there's a curb, I mean, there's no, you can't do it out in the street, there's lanes there. So you have a curb, and you must be coming onto the lawn there, onto the grass, and you will be making that decorated differently?
Yes, that I would have to look into and get back to you on that one.
I'll take that as an answer. And I think for now, that's my only question. I have to tell you, do you remember when you did the bicycle community group? Well, 2 people I sent to that group, call me like every couple of days, and have for a year now. When's it coming? When's it going to be here? When are we getting it? I keep saying, it's just around the corner. It's just around the corner. So I took pictures today. I'm giving it to them tonight. So thank you for getting us there. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, my question is, this project will not reduce the lanes of travel in either direction, correct?
No, it will not.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
you're
you.
correct.
Because
Okay.
I just did want to, because it wasn't clear in the staff report, and I did, of course, talk to the director. So there'll still be two lanes of traffic on Cathedral Canyon in each direction. They may be narrowed. Is that correct? All right,
Yes,
thank you.
Any other questions? No questions?
I guess my last question would be, how long do you expect it to take from start to finish?
Yes, so construction is scheduled to start in January of next year and finished by June of 2025.
So about a year and a half.
A year and a half, yes.
Thank you so much.
Great. Any other questions?
No, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And now we open it up to the public for public comments. Thank you.
Joe Richardson.
I need to speak.
Good evening, Mayor, Branch Pro Tem and City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Joe Richardson, and I represent Granite Construction Company. I'd like to speak on the procurement process in regards to this particular project. I'm not sure if you've seen the letter or the backup that I provided to the city. Yeah, okay. So I did bring copies, but in the staff report anyway, it just merely said that the bid protest that we sent in was without merit, but there's really no explanation as to why. So I'd just like to respectfully disagree that there's no basis for this protest. So we submitted the bid for the Date Palm and Cathedral Canyon project on October the 19th. When submitting a bid to a public agency, there are certain instructions we must comply with. These instructions are outlined within the bid documents and any addenda issued. This bid was no different, and the instructions were very clear and written in affirmative sentences. Addenda 1 for this project, which was issued 6 calendar days prior to bid, stated that the California Conservation Corps must be a listed subcontractor for clearing and grubbing and remove tree stump planter and roots, or the bid will be found non-responsive. The emphasis here should be on the affirmative sentences contained in the addenda. The instructions must be, not maybe, must be followed, or the bid will be, not maybe, found non-responsive. Riverside Construction, who you're being asked to award this project to tonight, did not follow the instructions contained with Addendum 1 when listing the California Conservation Corps. Though they listed this entity for clearing and grubbing, they listed a different company for remove tree stump planter and roots. Granite, on the other hand, followed the bidding instructions exactly as written. You may ask, why is it important to follow the directions? Really, what's the big deal? It's important because these instructions influence the way we prepared our bid. These instructions caused us to make different decisions, assess risks differently, and it took away our ability to bid the work as we saw it. The California Conservation Corps had no idea what they were going to do. They hadn't looked at the job. They There's certain parts of the job they said they couldn't do, and we were left on bid day to try to figure it all out. Riverside, by neglecting to follow the instructions, gained a bidding advantage that was not afforded to Granite. The material deviation cannot be waived. Preparing these bids costs us both time and money, so when we submit our bid, it's with the understanding that the city will act in good faith and not ignore, but rather enforce the documents and instructions issued for bid, especially when written with affirmative sentences. When there's a post-bid issue, often we are asked, why didn't you bring this up prior to bid? To try to avoid this situation, we raise these concerns in a written bidder's question prior to the bids going in. However, the city did not respond to our pre-bid question or further clarify or confirm the accuracy of the contract bid requirement. As such, Granite complied with the instructions exactly as written. In conclusion, the instructions were simple and the language was clear. Riverside didn't follow them. Therefore, the result is that their bid will be found non-responsive as written in Addendum 1. Riverside was afforded an advantage not given to other bidders, and the instructions influenced the way we had to prepare our bid. Due to the reasons I have outlined, I ask you to reconsider the request to award this project to Riverside Construction, and to allow you to make a more informed decision. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
And do I have anybody with any question, any council persons have questions regarding this?
The only thing I would have to say, no questions for you, Joe. You're fine.
Okay.
I would have to just go to legal counsel from
Yes.
here, Al, and give us
Clarification.
Clarification. Thank you. What this young man just said, this would just lay it on us tonight, so we haven't had time to evaluate. It wasn't brought to us any sooner. So what you got?
I appreciate it. I'll start off with the statement regarding an advantage that Riverside Construction apparently had. None of the bidders had more information than any other bidder on the meeting of the bidder instructions that the city put forth or clarifications in that addendum. And in fact, the instruction to the bidders required that requests for any interpretation be made in writing and delivered to the city at least 7 calendar days before the time that is announced for the opening bids. Granite didn't do that. They actually only submitted their question 22 hours before the bid was supposed to open. With respect to the analysis itself, the city attorney's office has evaluated and found that Riverside Construction complied with the bidding requirements, including those set out in the first addenda 1. Even if they didn't, what we found was that Granite bid lower than Riverside Construction on the 2 bid items that included the California Conservation Group. In other words, it wasn't material. So on those bases, we found that it wouldn't be with merit.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Everybody comfortable with that explanation? Any other questions? Yes, Councilman Ross.
No, I believe the wife.
I thought it
I was
was
going to say. No. No, I didn't. But I didn't know if you had a comment.
I have
Yeah.
another public comment.
Thank you.
Sarah Hayes?
Okay, thank you.
No, we don't do that. Mayor, we don't do that.
Oh,
That's fine.
Yeah, we don't. That's not policy. No.
Hi, I'm Sarah Hayes. Thank you for letting me speak.
you might just put your, right, there you go, thank you.
Okay. So with regard to the comment that he made about all questions being due within 7 calendar days before the bid opening, the addendum that generated the requirement for the use of California Conservation Commission to be listed on the 2 bid items, that they must be listed for those 2 bid items or it will be deemed non-responsive. That didn't come out until 6 days before the bid opening. So there was no way to generate the question necessary to clarify this prior to the 7-day deadline. And so I think that's it. That's why we, did not get that in within the time frame. Is that it?
Okay, thank you. Al, could you respond to that, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I think that the focus is on whether we believe that they complied or not. And we think that they did, and I'll explain why. What the addendum says is that the California Conservation Corp must be a listed subcontractor for the clearing and grubbing and remove of the tree stump, planter, and roots, or be found non-responsive. But what was left out of the explanation that was just provided is that there's a second part that says, the extent of the California Conservation Commission's participation will be as determined between the bidder and the California Conservation Commission. And what the California Conservation Commission told Riverside Construction is that they were simply unable to do the second part of that. So pursuant to the subcontractor listing law, they included the second subcontractor on there who would actually be able to do the work that the California Conservation Commission wouldn't. In other words, they listed the California Conservation Corp. just as it said in the requirements to the extent that they'd actually be able to perform the work. And for the work that they couldn't perform, they included a subcontractor that could perform the work. In addition, at the city's request and following the bid protest letter, Riverside Construction also obtained written confirmation from the California Conservation Corp. That they are not qualified or capable of performing that tree stump work. In other words, it wouldn't have been material either. I'll also point out one other thing. For the two bids to be performed by the California Conservation Corp., Granite's bid was still lower than than Riverside Construction's bid for those two items. It's just that overall, their bid was higher. In other words, it wasn't material for those two items, if that makes any sense.
I see. It does. It does. Okay. Clear with that? Okay. Great. Thank you. Any other public comments?
I don't have any other request to speak forms for this item, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment, please raise your hand.
No?
I'm sorry, you can't speak.
No. No. Yes.
So I see no
Thank
hands,
you.
Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Are we ready for a motion?
Do we have a?
Oh, there he goes. Sorry.
We have a motion by Councilmember Gregory and a second by Mayor Lamb, and the motion carries all ayes.
Great. Thank you. We'll move on to item D, agency reimbursement agreement between Coachella Valley Association of Governments and the City of Cathedral City for design and engineering services of Varner Road between Palm Drive and Date Palm Drive, Western Coachella Valley Flooding and Blow Sand Project, Phase 1.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is another one that was laid out for you as part of the budget discussion earlier this evening, and City Engineer Armando Baldisone is here to present this item.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. This is an agency reimbursement between CVAG and the city for the design services of Varner Road. Since after February 14 flood event in 2019, CVAG started with Michael Baker International and prepared a flooding and blow sand project initial assessment. The outcome for this initial assessment was to identify projects that would best fit the needs of the Western Coachella Valley during flooding and emergency events. This initial assessment was completed in November of 2020, and the projects in Cathedral City were Date Palm Drive from I-10 to Varner Road, and Varner Road from Date Palm Drive to Mountain View Road. If you can see, the initial assessment only included improve the existing conditions and some upgrades on the culverts or drainage issues that these two segments has. Continue with that, in July of 2022, CVAG issued a request for proposals for design engineering services for the flooding and blow sand projects. That was a phase 1. Michael Baker International submitted a proposal that was accepted by CVAG, Desert Hot Springs, Palm Springs, and Cathedral City. And then CVAG and city staff worked together in considering two things different than the initial assessment. One of the things was to expand Varner Road limits from Palm Drive to Date Palm Drive. those 3.7 miles that were acting as the I-10 bypass during the last flood event, and also to design to the ultimate right-of-way condition. The other thing that we were working with CVAC was to amend the 2013 reimbursement agreement for Dade Palm that the city had from 2013 with CVAC for the design and construction of this road segment. So these are the two road segments in this slide. You can see how they extended, the part in blue, how they extended Barnard Road to get to Palm Drive, and then how we remove out from the flooding and blow sand project design phase 1, the part of Dade Palm Drive. So according to CVAC, every time that they have a regional project, CVAC portion is 75% of the cost, and the city will have to, the local share is going to be 25% of the cost. The estimated road for the design of Barnard Road from Palm Drive to Dade Palm is $2.3 million, and the local share for Cathedral City will be under $600,000. I think I said. The fiscal impact, the adopted capital improvement program, a plan for an allocation of $375,000 per year for the fiscal year, for the 2 years, 23-24 and 24-25. And now that these are going to be fundings, as it was mentioned earlier today, from the redevelopment agency, that fundings are available to be used for this project. The agency reimbursement agreement is to share the cost for the engineering design services for Barnard Road from Palm Drive to Dade Palm Drive in the amount not to exceed $592,000. A CIP allocation in the amount of $180,000 for this fiscal year 23-24 and $412,000 for the next fiscal year 24-25, just to continue with CVAC and the agency reimbursement agreement. So this project aligns with our 5-year strategic plan, the goal B, the community investment. And the recommendation, as is in the report, is to authorize the mayor and the city manager to execute the agency reimbursement agreement and to relocate the funding for this project to the capital improvement program from the redevelopment agency funding eligible to use for these projects. That concludes my report, and I hand it back to you, Honorable Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much. And questions for council?
I do.
Yes.
Now, can you explain to us, or to me, the scope of work that you're going to be doing? Is it going to be, are you going to be resurfacing parts of Varner, widen it? What exactly is the scope of work that you're going to be doing?
This is the engineering design. So what they are going to do is they're going to take Barnard Road from Dade Palm Drive to Palm Drive, and they are going to do the design. And they're going to do the design of the ultimate condition of Barnard Road. So one of the benefits of having a complete design will be that we will know how many right-of-way is required for acquisition. We are going to have all the environmental documents done. We are going to have additional permits for the water crossings. And also, it's going to be almost a shovel-ready project just to apply for federal grants, state grants, or whatever grant is available to do that thing. But this is the design of the project, full design.
Okay, great. And now, the design, is that going to be 2 lanes in each direction?
It's going to be according to the general plan in the north side of Cathedral City. I think there is a section that is, 3 and 3, and the other section is 2 and 2.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, no more questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is wonderful, and we'll now open it up for public comments.
I did not receive any requests to speak forms for this item, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to comment on this item, please raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised.
Any
Mayor.
other questions from council? Ready for a motion?
There's a motion by Councilmember Gregory and a second by Mayor Lamb, and the motion carries all ayes.
Great, great. Thank you very much. Looking forward to that project, too. And do we have discussion of, do we have to make a comment about our closed session items at this point? No, okay, thank you. Discussion on future agenda items.
Mayor, I do have one.
Yes.
I would like to request a future agenda item in which City Council can hear and discuss bulky items that are left in front of properties. And this is outside the pickup days or hours from BirdTech. And these items are left by tenants or property owners for days open to the public. That
I mean, like furniture?
furniture, whether it's furniture, refrigerators.
Is that not part of the existing, I thought the existing already set out hours. Does it not apply to bulky items? Have you looked? Oh,
It does apply to bulky items, but the bulky items, they cannot be out within a certain period of time. They cannot be left out for weeks and not call BirdTech for pickup.
that's correct. So that's already unlawful, correct?
Correct.
So why would we have a council discussion?
Because these items are left out, and the property owners do not call BirdTech, and these items are left out for days and weeks.
I understand I have a neighbor that you may be familiar with that does this frequently, but if it's already unlawful, somebody just needs to turn them into code, and so code can come and address it just like they would trash cans or anything else.
Well, I don't think that's working, because if you drive around our city, there's many properties that do have bulky items at all days of the week.
As is the issue with trash cans. So if we have that coming to us at some point, can we just lump them together, or do we have to have a separate item that kind of go together?
Reading between the lines a little bit here, but yes, those could be lumped together. And I think the discussion really is, what is the procedure for enforcement? How do we do that? How do things get reported, et cetera?
I think it's worth a discussion, because one issue that's come up before is a neighbor who wants to report that the neighbor has put out a bulky item to BirdTech. The BirdTech will tell you, you can't do that. They have to call themselves, but they obviously are not calling. So I know the solution has been we can individually go to Deanna, and she usually will handle it, but that's not really a good solution.
Broadly applicable, yeah.
I agree.
So I'm not against having it discussed, but again, if we're going to discuss making something unlawful, then that makes sense. But if it's something that's unlawful and what you want to discuss is the enforcement of it, usually that's handled by talking to staff. But if you want to think it's big enough to bring to the council for an item, and we're already going to talk about trash cans, it would seem like you would just lump those two together.
Yeah, we can put them together and talk about them together. As long as we come to some sort of solution, because it is a huge problem, like Mayor Pro Tem mentioned. Like you mentioned earlier, that having trash cans out visible to the public is not a street problem. It's an entire city problem. So is bulky items that are left out there.
And I do see them all over the neighborhoods at times. They're there for a week. I'm going, why aren't they picked up? Well, somebody didn't make the call. So again, if Ann's going to be looking into the trash issues and awareness, I think it's worth a discussion.
Right.
Yeah, and I think from what I'm hearing, what we'll present this time is, what is the current situation? What does the code say? What do we do? How do we enforce it? How does it get reported?
Right.
And then we can get feedback from council. Do we need to change something in that if you're not satisfied? So it's likely to be after the first of the year. We only have 2 meetings left prior to the first of the year, November 29th and then December 13th. And we've got the election of the mayor and all that on December 13th. So bottom line, it's likely to be January before we can get to this one.
Thank you.
That'll be fine.
Any other agenda items? No. The next regular city council meeting will be held on November 29th, 2023. This meeting's adjourned.
Thank you.